to chart a bold course forward, one that connects our people and our businesses, as well as that builds partnerships and reclaims the promise of prosperity that the Atlantic once held. So what does it mean to connect? To connect implies specific imperatives, to commit to learning about and from each other, and to lead together. And Barbados, I'm proud to say, is leading by example. We've expanded engagement with Africa while continuing to connect, build, and renew our relationship. In recent times, Barbados has enjoyed meaningful engagement with several African nations, including Ghana, Kenya, Liberia, Senegal, Rwanda, and Togo, further deepening our partnerships with all of those countries. The evidence of Barbados' self-cooperation within Africa is not only visible, but it is also tangible. Our government has opened diplomatic missions in Nairobi, Kenya, and Accra, along with an honorary consulate in Kigali, Rwanda. Several agreements have been signed, including a bilateral air services agreement between Barbados and Rwanda to strengthen air transport cooperation in both trade and tourism. Another promising area of collaboration is in the area of life sciences, in biosciences and pharmaceuticals. The Barbados Pharmaceutical Inc. has been working diligently to build the legislative framework and infrastructure needed to attract pharmaceutical manufacturing businesses to our shores. And the government of Barbados will also continue strategic discussions and advocacy to finalize transportation linkages between the Caribbean and the African continent. Our Prime Minister, the Honorable Mia Amour-Motley, has consistently emphasized the need for deeper collaboration with Africa, using the Caribbean as a hub for engagement with the Americas, with a focus on belonging, on trade, and the movement of people. Prime Minister Motley has also reminded us that the potential for the transformation of the lives of our people will only be truly realized when we begin to exploit the confidence that ought to accompany the reality that the nexus, the Caribbean and the African continent, is the next frontier in the success of our people. Her words remind us that unity and partnership are vital for shaping a shared and prosperous future. As I turn to the next element of the theme, build. Now, by building together through sustainable trade, investment, and innovation, we can create resilient economies and societies that thrive in an interconnected world. From Bridgetown to Accra and further east to Nairobi, our destinies are certainly intertwined. We are proud of our collaboration, for instance, with the Afri-Exim Bank, which has begun construction of its Caribbean headquarters right here in Barbados. And this came on the heels of the successful hosting of the inaugural Afri-Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum in 2022, and our historic signing of the African CARICOM Partnership Agreement in that same year. These initiatives clearly demonstrate Barbados's commitment to building strong, mutually beneficial partnerships with the African region, advancing economic integration, and fostering sustainable growth across Africa and the Caribbean. Over the years, the ties between Africa and the Caribbean have grown stronger and more vibrant. The bridges we've built, the collaborations we've nurtured, and the respect we've shared have paved the way for a future which is full of possibilities. And as a Caribbean community, our commitment to strengthening ties with Africa remains unwavering. Barbados continues to create a favorable business climate, adhering to international standards that ensure investors and partners can operate in this island with confidence. We have transparency, agility, and a forward-looking policy initiatives which remain our guiding principles for our government. Our network of double taxation agreements, Botswana, Mauritius, Seychelles, Rwanda, and Ghana, along with a bilateral investment treaty with Mauritius and a tax information exchange agreement with South Africa, ensures that Barbados is a welcoming and a strategic gateway for African investment into the Americas. Through collaboration with the Afri-Exim Investment in infrastructure and strategic partnerships, Barbados is cultivating a thriving environment for business, culture, and innovation. And we are building the foundations for long-term prosperity that benefit both Africa and the Caribbean. As I turn to the last pillar, renewal. To renew is to embrace a future-focused vision rooted in shared values of democracy, collaboration, and prosperity. Renewal is about shaping a future that is inclusive, sustainable, and equipped to meet the challenges of the 21st century. Barbados is actively engaging its young people, our future leaders, to help us build systems that allow ideas to flourish and to reimagine and construct equitable and prosperous futures. Whether it's in air and shipping links, to strategic cooperation in life sciences, pharmaceuticals, renewable energy, and education, Barbados continues to renew its commitment with Africa, building resilient partnerships that reflect shared values and ambitions. Distinguished guests, my brothers and sisters, as I conclude, I once again extend sincere thanks to GUBA Enterprise, the organizers of GUBA Trade and Investment Forum, the sponsors, the members of the diaspora, and all stakeholders and participants gathered here today. I am confident that the outcomes of this forum will be meaningful and productive, and that the connections made here will continue to flourish long after these sessions have ended. I suspect you will also be taking in lots of the activities at night way beyond this conference, and I know that the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. and the NCF will ensure that you have more than an appetite for investment, but certainly to be able to live in Barbados in certainly the near future. I look forward to learning from Invest Barbados about the new investment projects, which we will welcome to our shores, because this is an exciting time for Africa and the Caribbean. Our two regions have a shared history, and we are a resilient people. And in the spirit of this year's theme, let us continue to work together to strengthen the bonds that unite us across the Atlantic and to build a future of shared prosperity for Africa, the Caribbean, and the wider diaspora. And once again, let us connect, build, and renew, not just in words, but in action, in collaboration, and enduring partnership. And I look forward to the theme for this conference even going beyond to someday perhaps having us say, grow, unite, build Africa and the Caribbean as the title. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister Bradshaw. At this time, we'll jump straight into our first session, and our first plenary session will explore how foreign direct investment, FDI, and the power of our global diaspora can drive growth, innovation, and transformation across the Atlantic. We have an exceptional panel of thought leaders and industry movers who will unpack how we can better connect policy with opportunity, leadership with vision, and capital with community. Ladies and gentlemen, this powerful plenary session is on investment, leadership, and policy, unlocking FDI and diaspora capital. Please welcome our moderator, who is the co-founder and managing director of Caribbean Strategic Advisors, Mr. Oliver Jordan.
Protocol having been established, good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. First, on behalf of all Barbadians, I wish to extend a warm welcome to our visitors and friends from near and far. We are honored to have you here on our island, where the warmth of our people is matched only by the beauty of our shores. Last Friday, while sitting in a rather cold meeting room in Toronto, I got a call asking if I could moderate this discussion on unlocking FDI and diaspora capital. The immediate response was yes, as it's a topic that's close to my heart and one that sits at the center of our shared growth ambitions across the Caribbean and Africa. We all know that the next phase of our economic transformation will not come from incremental change. It will come from our ability to mobilize new sources of capital, structure innovative partnerships, and build confidence and coordination so investors see our regions not just as high-risk frontiers, but as high-potential opportunities. Global investment flows are shining. Trillions of dollars are chasing sustainable, inclusive, and resilient opportunities in green infrastructure, digital transformation, healthcare, food security, and creative industries. So the question for us is, how do we position our nations and regions to compete for those dollars? For decades, foreign direct investment has been the lifeblood of our economies, but too often concentrated in a few sectors and too vulnerable to external shocks. We now need a new playbook, one that blends foreign direct investment, diaspora capital, and domestic investment into a more resilient ecosystem. The good news, there's no shortage of capital, as I said before. The African diaspora alone sends over $100 billion each year. The Caribbean diaspora adds billions more. Just even a fraction of that, if it was channeled into productive investment, the results would be transformative. So the challenge isn't money, it's about creating the right mechanisms. We need structures that make it easy and trustworthy for diaspora investors and institutional capital to co-invest with governments. We need policy frameworks that balance investor confidence with development impact. And we need institutions that deliver with the speed, transparency, and professionalism that global investors expect. And to explore these ideas, we have an extraordinary group of panelists joining us today. First, Senator the Honorable Lisa Cummins, who's the Minister of Energy and Business in the government of Barbados. And Minister Cummins brings a strategic vision for positioning Barbados as a global hub for sustainable investment and trade. Next, Dr. Richard Nixon, who's a Senior Resident Ambassador of Grenada and Chairman of the Grenada Investment Development Corporation, combining diplomatic leadership with practical investment facilitation. And finally, Ronke Ongusler, Country Manager at the International Finance Corporation, bringing the perspective of the world's largest development finance institution. Together, they represent the entire investment value chain from strategy to finance, from policy to design, and to private sector execution. So let's dive right in. Minister Cummins, just to start with you, how is Barbados reshaping its investment strategy to compete for high-value sustainable projects, especially in digital, green, and knowledge sectors?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I obviously am going to frame my questions with the energy sector first, for obvious reasons. I am responsible for the Ministry of Energy, and just on Friday, as our moderator would know, we launched two major projects. Interestingly, one of them with Ronke and the IFC team. So we have a number of sectors in the country where you have the combination of public sector investment and private sector investment. Many of those sectors are actually driven very heavily by private sector investment. And the combination of private investment, development partner, financing and structuring support, along with public sector investment, they help to give rise to large, bulky, capital-intensive projects. And so that has really been a huge part of our development strategy going forward. And so for the energy sector, that would be the model. There are other sectors, obviously, like digital, where the financing and the investment is heavily driven by the private sector. And so Barbados's investment profile really has been about, one, creating an environment where all of that can take place, a regulatory environment that works, that is being reformed to meet the demands of the current environment. One of the things that we have done as a ministry, not responsible specifically for investment, because that rests with the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Investment and is executed by Invest Barbados, but as the regulatory space with responsibility for making that handoff from Invest Barbados into the domestic space actually work. And so in April of this year, we created an institution called Business Barbados. And that's really because Barbados has to be seen as that space that does things quickly, effectively, efficiently, and with a low cost to doing business. We're not 100% there yet. I don't know if any economy is 100% there yet, but what I can tell you is that the investment environment for facilitation is being transformed as we speak, process by process, transaction by transaction, and we are deploying an integration with Business Barbados, the Barbados Revenue Authority, the National Insurance Scheme as the first point of intervention to ensure that those three agencies that have lead responsibility for onboarding investment into the country have a smooth and a clear, transparent, and predictable pathway. That would be the structural part of it. The last thing that I would say in my initial comments would be that we want to also make sure that on the private sector side that we're able to effect transformation and change. And for that reason, together with the bankers, the lawyers, we're also looking at how processes for service providers can be transformed to ensure that as investors interact with the state, that they're able to have their audited financials in place, their company registration done in a seamless way. And so doing business, we've been saying, is all of our business. It is the public sector's responsibility, it is the private sector's responsibility, and together, we want the message to be through Invest Barbados that Barbados is that place to do business, to invest in Barbados's sectors which are developing for growth, and to be able to attract private capital alongside public capital so that our nascent industries and our developed industries like tourism benefit from exponential growth. I'll stop there for now.
Thank you. Thanks, Minister. And turning to Dr. Dixon, how are you positioning Grenada and the OECS as destinations for large-scale investment and long-term investors?
Well, good morning. Thank you for the question, and thank you, GUBA, for having me sit on this panel. Grenada represents a part of a subgroup in the Caribbean called the OECS, and we're focused a lot on agriculture, value-added processing to our products, and education. Education is very big, and healthcare. So the reason why this combination works well for us, Grenada is known as the Isle of Spice. So all the different spices and nutmegs, the cloves, you know, we sell our cocoa and our nutmegs overseas, and then we import the finished product back, which I think is a wrong model. So having partnerships with friends and over in Africa and in the diaspora at large, we want to see partnerships develop where we develop these value-added products together, whether it's in Grenada or in Ghana or Lagos, there needs to be this partnership being built. On the healthcare side, it's very important to us. As you know, Grenada has the St. George's University, which is a medical university that's been there for over 40 years. And we don't have a teaching hospital facility. And for me, that's the wrong way to approach good medical care. So we're building a brand new medical hospital, which is an entire medical complex and facility with convalescent homes, doctors' offices, research facilities for different tropical health diseases. And so we invite partners to come in and help us in this space. We were recently in Ghana, I think last week or 2 weeks ago, and we signed an agreement with the Ghanaian government to bring in some nurses into Grenada. I think Barbados has a similar program as well. So we're working on these partnerships and bridging the gap between both sides. And finally, Grenada, as I said, is a small island in the OECS, smaller than Barbados, of course. But it's a good place to have proof of concept with minimizing your risk and capital to see what works and what doesn't work. And if it works, then you expand it. If it doesn't work, then we retool and reinvest or re-engineer the process to make it work for you. So it's a good platform to start your business and relationships on the other side of the Atlantic. Thank you.
And as a follow-up, Dr. Dixon, could you highlight any specific policy or institutional reforms that have improved investor confidence?
Yes, actually, as chairman of GIDC, this is something we take very seriously. If there's no investor confidence, there's no investment. So part of the policy is we actually retool in all of our initiatives inside of GIDC. We believe that investment should be welcomed, should be friendly, and make it easy and remove all the barriers. For example, visas, taxes, transfer costs, investor confidence, or investment protection agreements. So these are some of the things that we're working on. So yes, hopefully we have a paper in front of Cabinet right now, and maybe in the next 2 or 3 sittings, most of it will get approved, and we'll be able to launch the new phase of our investment program.
Thank you. Thank you. Ronke, from IFC's perspective, what are some of the make or break factors for investors in emerging markets?
Okay. Hello, is this working? Yes. So good morning, everyone, and a big thank you to GUBA for inviting us to speak. Maybe just a few quick words about IFC, the International Finance Corporation. We're one of the 5 institutions that make up the World Bank Group, and we're the institution that focuses on the private sector. And then we also work with governments to help bring private sector into projects. And we're basically the largest global institution focused on the private sector. And we have the privilege of working in the Caribbean, so we'll bring that perspective. But one of the biggest factors, of course, is it always starts with a solid macroeconomic stability environment. Not all our countries have that, but striving towards it. And that's linked to a government plan, a clear government plan, what government wants to do, what they're planning, where they're planning to take the country. And when Minister Cummings was talking about us working with Barbados in the energy sector, this is something that is very important to investors. Government has made it very clear to the world, to international investors, what they want to do, and there's a clear plan. We can see that there's planning behind it, and the investors themselves can plan based on the government plan. So that's very important. And the other thing is that when dealing with a country, investors want to make sure that the regulatory environment it's clear, it's transparent, it's predictable, it's fair, it's attractive to them. It doesn't always have to have everything in place, but again, there should be a plan to really get to best practice. And something else that we've seen that's very important is that size matters. So if I take the example of the Caribbean where I cover 13 countries, all wonderful places, and I have to always convince my family and friends that I'm not going on vacation. So when I was coming to Barbados, I said, oh, have a good time, which hotel, which beach? It's like, no, I'm actually going to work. And I'm always sitting next to somebody in a hat or someone on the plane, and it's a wonderful place to work. But I lost my train of thought all of a sudden, talking about beaches. But anyway, I was talking about size and saying that the economies are small, and everybody has a plan. And this is a region where we really believe regional integration is extremely important. And I must say that in Barbados, we're under the Prime Minister Motley, there's really been a thought of bringing all the countries together, right, be it through CARICOM, be it through the OECS, but I think there's a lot of talk, and it's a little more difficult to bring together. We see it. I'm from Nigeria, so we tried it with ECOWAS, and it's not always so easy. But this is a region where we really do have to make it work. And recently we did a study on energy to see what it would take to bring all the energy plans together and interconnect all the islands. Of course, it will be very expensive, but it will be really powerful for the Caribbean. Then the Caribbean can really start negotiating at a different level with international investors. That's just an example for energy. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for all 3 panelists, a broad question. How do you think governments can best combine their savings with the diaspora savings and institutional capital?
Thanks for that question. It's actually something that in Ronke's initial comments, she started to mention. And PM Motley, about a year ago, we were at an energy conference overseas, and we were starting to have a conversation around aggregation of procurement, pooling procurement for Caribbean countries together because our scale was quite small. And so I came back and in discussing with PM what we were thinking, she says, no. It needs to go even further than just procurement. It needs to be an investment vehicle. And so out of that conversation and what she wanted to see happen on investment procurement, investment pooling, the work that Ronke just mentioned on investment evolved. And so earlier this year, the IFC was able to present to PM a summary of the aggregated investment potential in the energy sector to the CARICOM heads of government, and there began a discussion around what that would look like. So that's one opportunity. On the energy side now, we have started the process of working through SICRI, and SICRI is our regional energy agency. It's actually hosted by the government of Barbados and headquartered in the Ministry of Energy. And so we've started the process nonetheless of looking at what procurement would look like. And in the Eastern Caribbean, for example, they've started to look at, they have a pooled procurement mechanism as well through the OECS. So how do we then take these projects at a regional level, aggregate them, whether for procurement purposes or for investment purposes, and direct capital towards these projects, pooling that public and that private sector capital, public sector facilitation using the platforms, private sector capital to be able to crowd financing in, development partners coming in and de-risking the projects in the way that IFC has done for our onshore wind project, the way Inter-American Development Bank has done for our battery energy storage project, and then making those projects available to large-scale investors. And the way in which we've done it with Lambert's at the wind farm has also been to make it available for small-scale investors. And there's nothing that says that those small-scale investors have to only be local. They could be the diasporic investors looking for a small investment. They could be African investors looking to crowd in capital. And all of a sudden, you have investment-ready and investment-worthy projects that have been de-risked and are made available so that South-South cooperation investment and investment takes place through structured, predictable return on projects that can give you a return on investment. I think there's a real opportunity. And the last thing I would say before I hand off is this. I can also see us setting up dedicated instruments. Dedicated instruments, and of course I'm always going to talk about it in energy because those are the largest projects. They're bulky investments, right? And so I could see us developing an energy infrastructure fund that allows us to crowd in investment capital that the diaspora, that locals, that African investors can invest in, and those projects would come from south to south, connecting our Atlantic destiny here in the Caribbean and in the African continent. And I'm hoping that if we are able to execute it, Ronke, I'm going to look left to you because Sekou has been really instrumental in setting up the unit trust in our Lambert's project, and you have the unit trust support in the IFC that we would benefit from. So that would be my recommendation.
Thank you. Dr. Dixon.
My mind is just going crazy based on what you said, because this is something I'm very passionate about. One of the challenges that we've had in Grenada, and I think for the wider Caribbean, is how do we protect diaspora investments in our region? Yes, everyone wants to invest and help, but how do you protect and execute whatever funds that come in? And for me, that is a challenge we all face. Now, maybe some development partners can help with managing and executing that fund, or through our development banks throughout the region. So you invest into the bank and instruments, like you said, based on qualified bankable projects. Everyone have a project, but is it bankable? And I think in order to protect the foreign investments coming in primarily through the diaspora, you need to have a credible project. It's not because I'm going to build something out of a coconut tree, it's going to work. No. How's it going to make money? What's a competitive analysis? And a lot of times, we don't do the proper homework. We try to bank ideas rather than banking a good business. So I think I fully agree with what you said about having an instrument. So in that way, you protect the investor. You have predictable returns, or you amortize returns based on an investment package, investment portfolio. That would work well. Now, there's something I call the pepper sauce mentality. In Grenada, you have 20 different people that make the best pepper sauce. But we wouldn't come together and come up with one brand that can service the global market. You know, so we look at Trinidad, for example. The oil and gas, they have plastics. Guyana, wood. Jamaica, aluminum. These are the key ingredients in packaging products. So why can't we sell to these entities, create the funds, so Trinidad then expands on their plastics and bottling stuff based on the byproducts from petrochemicals. Guyana is getting into petrochemicals now, but it's wood and packaging. Jamaica for aluminum. Dominique, I think, for boxes. And you know, so and Barbados, I think, is great for marketing. Everybody knows Barbados. So I think together, if we pull this type of concept together, it works. It works. It works. You look at our Asian friends, the Latinos, they all stick together. What's our problem? Let's get together, and the template's already there. It's already there. Let's do it. Yeah.
Thank you. Everyone okay? Your thoughts? Same question on combining government savings, diaspora, and institutional capital.
So maybe what I can add is perhaps what development financial institutions are trying to do in terms of trying to attract, do more with diaspora savings. Of course, this is a region that's very high with remittances, extremely high. I think Haiti, it's 22% of GDP, Jamaica 21%, Guyana 16%. So what can we do with those remittances for the benefit of the Caribbean and Africa, we should say, as well. So from our perspective, we work on a lot of remittance-backed financing, on trying to encourage savings using the remittances, because you need an economy needs savings to be able to build the capital markets, because the banks can't do it all, the DFIs can't do it all. So local capital markets need to be built, and savings are needed for that. And but we are also looking at how do we bring in more sophisticated instruments, the diaspora bonds, and other similar instruments. And for that, one of the key things, if I were an investor wanting to send money, I'd want a plan. I'd want to see that that the government has a plan, has projects, and that my money would be protected, that there's a regulatory environment that protects that money. So we try, and that would be, when we talk about regulation, that tends to be more on our colleagues from the World Bank or the IDB on the public side that help governments put those kind of regulations in place. And it's also maybe lessons learned from other places. So the thing is that it's also perhaps looking at I mentioned projects, but the key areas for putting in the money. So in this region, you have to look at resilience, you have to look at climate change. But one of the things that I think the most important is connectivity. So it's connectivity within the Caribbean's connectivity with Africa as Lady Adenta said, it's connected even within Africa. And everything goes, I came from Santo Domingo yesterday, I traveled to Miami. I had to go through immigration, I had to go through customs, I had to go through security and everything, and get back onto the plane to come down here. Going between islands can be quite a challenge. And we looked at, this is something that we've looked at the IFC, and lots of development partners have looked at it as well. And we found that certain routes are, if you put a regional ferry, it's actually quite profitable. But we need governments to come together on the regulatory side. The private sector, Minister Cummins mentioned it, the private sector needs to have incentive to come in and needs to be treated fairly to come in. And they will always price in risks into the cost of things if the regulation is not clear. So on this particular issue, even if it's just 3 governments, need to come together, harmonize the regulations so that the private sector can say, okay, this is predictable and this is, there's less risk to come in. So that's an example from just connectivity, but there are many examples, and people always hear me talk about regional, and regulation, and making it attractive for the private sector.
Thank you. I think Minister Cummins has a short follow-up.
I just wanted to remind us that we're in the, I agree with Ronke, of course. I just wanted, in the land of the Bridgetown Initiative, piloted by PM Motley, to add a caveat here, because we are South-South partners in this room. We are the Caribbean region and we are the African continent. And one of the reasons why PM Motley and Barbados launched the Bridgetown Initiative was for the purpose of being able to make sure that while we are we are attractive to investment, we needed to make certain that the de-risking mechanisms and the cost of capital would be suitable for our purposes, Richard, and would not put us in a position where the way in which we de-risk projects then impairs government's ability to make policy. And here's what I mean in this regard. We need to be able to work more closely with institutions like the African Exim Bank, like IFC, like the Caribbean Development Bank, like CAF, like the Inter-American Development Bank, whose financing mechanisms are suited and fit for purpose for economies like ours. The things that may happen in one jurisdiction may not be applicable to our jurisdictions here in the Caribbean region. And we don't want to put, PM calls them bootstraps and hoists onto projects so that there's zero risk for projects, but that there's a realistic de-risking of projects and a reasonable rate of return for investment. So there's that balance, that delicate line that we need to make sure we're walking. And I want to take the opportunity then to encourage partners like Africa Exim Bank and like the CDB and CAF, who understand our regions, to work alongside agencies like the IFC that have been embedded in the Caribbean and the African region for a long time, and they bring the credibility and the resources to make it work so that our regions have the regulatory frameworks, yes, but the de-risking and financing capital arrangements in place that work for us in ways that look like us.
Absolutely, if I may, it was, actually there was one more point, and it wasn't coming to me, but it was exactly that I think DFIs have a role in the de-risking. It's in, bringing risk-sharing facilities or blended finance, money that we're able to mobilize at a lower cost to de-risk and make it more attractive and less risk for the private sector to come in. I think it's a very important point for DFIs. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I want to move on to the issue of PPPs, public-private sector partnerships. A lot has been said over the years, and just want to get your respective thoughts on what structural changes perhaps need to be made to make them more successful in the region. Dr. Dixon.
I'll start this one off. I think the future of investment models is based on PPP. Governments cannot do everything. Cannot. We need the private sector to be part of what we're doing. Government should create policy and an enabling environment for private sector businesses to grow. And if your private sector grows, your country grows as well. You know, governments grow and they get fat and no one likes what the government is doing, or the government's change and everything changes because we need to get out of that space. And this is where the private sector comes in. I do believe that the private sector, for, again, qualified and credible investments, government should drop their pants, so to speak, to bring these things to fruition, because it's the people-to-people business relationships that would grow. You know, we just had hosted Active in Grenada in July, I'm sorry. And when we were speaking to our private sector, oh, we can't sell anything to Africa, it's too big, we don't know the market. And I said, guys, you're missing the point. This is an opportunity to find partnerships and grow together. You know, for example, we have some cottage industries where we make soaps and different aromatic stuff based on the spices. Oh, we don't have the quality. I said, the quantity. Well, maybe it's a way for you to find a partner to help build your capacity to have the quantity you need to service a larger market. And this is what I'm talking about, the business and the private sector working together. And government's role is, okay, let's fan the flame and make this thing happen a lot faster and a lot bigger. So yes, I do believe PPPs are very important. And I think you would see not only in Grenada, but throughout the Caribbean, that the pressures and unknowns of what's happening up north, globalization is forcing us to work together. So let's do it. Let's work together. I think we're willing, we're open, and as we've been hearing all the time, that let's rewrite the narrative of cross-Atlantic trade. Yeah?
Thank you.
Well, I feel as if Minister Cummings can answer this question, but maybe I'll just add a few points. From our perspective, one of the most important things to make PPPs happen is having a champion. PPPs they're not easy to do. They're very good for countries, completely agree with the ambassador, and we have a large PPP team for that reason. That's done projects all over the world and mobilized capital. But a lot of political decisions need to be made that are not easy, that are, balancing things. And if there isn't a champion, pushing these through, it's very difficult for it to happen. Many countries have long lists of PPPs that are never done for that reason. The other thing is that it's something that it needs to be fair. It needs to be fair to everybody. It needs to be fair to the government and the people of the country, and it needs to be fair to the investors. So balancing that, it's a delicate balance. And usually the first or second projects are not, they take time, they're not, they can be painful. And sometimes parties feel as if they're not fairly treated, but it's something to always work towards. And the other thing that, I think we talked about the regulatory environment, but I'll just stop with end with one point. Really, transparency. We've talked about transparency of regulation, yes, of course, but just transparency of the process, letting the population know what's going on, transparency in procurement, transparency in how you're going to be looking at regulations or changing regulations, transparency in the negotiations, all through really sets the tone and sends a message to the international community that there's a country where you can do business and a country that will treat you fairly. Extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just very quickly, I obviously agree with all of the things that have been said before. I just want to add two things. One, structure is important. And when Barbados first started looking at some of the PPPs in our sector, we pulled together what we call a college of negotiators. And we pulled parties together into that college of negotiators with differentiated skills. And they would take responsibility for anchoring the negotiations with a private sector partner and ensuring that it is fair to the government and that you do have a reasonable rate of return, that it is a bankable and a strong project, but also that in identifying what is fit for purpose for a PPP, that you do that work up front. At the large projects that we have just done with our development partners, they took us 2 years to build. Literally 2 years, every single Friday we met as teams from all across the world, including the IFC team for wind and the World Bank and the IADB team, anchoring as transaction advisors on behalf of Barbados. 2 long years every single week. I would chair on Friday mornings, and my technical team would be in technical meetings every Wednesday. So bankability is a big deal. And as the governor of the central bank just walked in, I want to thank him because there's a role for central banks to play. When we were developing the BEST project, for example, the central bank came in and said to us, well, fine, we'll help to de-risk the project. And they built with us Barbados' first liquidity support facility with a $5 million tranche of resources, and we're now working with partners to build a second one to model the IFC project off of. So it is a whole of government approach, whole of private sector approach, and it needs to have a champion, as Ronke said, but with all the technical expertise attached to it.
Thank you. We'll open the floor for a few questions. Any? Okay, just.
Yes. Hi, my name is Eric Guichard. I'm CEO of Home Strings, which is a diaspora investment engagement platform. I have a couple of questions. One for Representative of IFC. You mentioned diaspora bonds. One of the key lessons over the past 12 years in engaging in facilitating diaspora investment is the fact that the investment impediments, the biggest investment impediment, is not regulation in the country of origin, is actually investment regulation in the host country, particularly the rules around investment accreditation. IFC has the advantage of having exemptions around those accreditation requirements. It would be easy for IFC to set up a fund that exempts diasporans from that qualification, thereby pooling capital to invest in countries or co-invest with IFC in countries where IFC is operating. I think you attempted something similar in Haiti, and a former colleague of mine who's the vice president and treasurer of IFC was at the forefront of that. It would be nice to replicate that, particularly in the Caribbean. Secondly, on diaspora bonds, our experience is that as a standard security, it doesn't work for the simple reason that the current infrastructure that facilitates diaspora bond is an institutional-focused infrastructure and not a retail distribution focus. And most of the diasporans don't have brokerage accounts where they can buy registered securities. Therefore, that gap is a structural reality. So despite my good friend Dilip Ratha's proponing of diaspora bonds, the reality is that on the ground, it doesn't work unless you're working either through banks, where diasporans have bank accounts, or you're doing an exemption, as I explained earlier. Happy to work with IFC on these issues, as we have a number of projects where we are pooling diaspora capital. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. So just in the interest of time, I just have a final closing comment from each panelist. If you can sort of give me one message that you would suggest that we take on board based on everything that's been said today.
I think we've given so many messages so far. I'm not sure which one you want me to pull out at this point, but I think the key message here is that we're all in this room because we accept that together the Caribbean and the African continent have the ability to work together to mobilize capital for investment projects. We agree that our development partners, therefore, have a role to play in facilitating the movement of capital, the movement of people, facilitating connectivity of not just air and sea links, but of capital, of projects, and of investment opportunities. And that the time, if ever before, if not before, is now. We've had Active in the region. We now have Africa Exim Bank. Here, I think I saw Okechukwu earlier. And so this is the time. This is our time. And if we leave this room and this year, 2025, without actually developing some concrete and actionable projects for development, then we've yet again lost an opportunity. So I want to commend GUBA for hosting this event and all of you for traveling here, but I want to challenge you to make something out of what we have started in this room.
Thank you, Minister. Comments?
Well, I'll try to capsulize 3 thoughts in one. I do believe in the concept of a diaspora fund, and we need to find ways to de-risk it and have it focus on targeted investable projects. Government policy needs to change and encourage this mode, especially for diaspora investments coming in. And third, I think most of our investment development corporations need to treat our diasporas as better as well as non-national foreign investors. Sometimes we think, oh, it's some Grenadians in New York. No, they're investors and they need to be treated better. And we should have certain policies in place that gives them the comfort that the investments should be protected, and that could be a vehicle for tying into investors out of Africa, wherever you may be, wherever Grenadians or Bajans or Trinidadians may be. They want to feel their funds are secure and protected and go into good projects. So I think that the private sector has a role to play, our investment development corporations have a role to play, and certainly government have their roles to play as well.
Thank you. Ronke.
So I think that my closing is similar to Minister Cummings in that it's really a call for action. And, you know, I mean, I already said I'm West African and I'm working in the Caribbean, so this is deeper for me. It's not just work, it's more than that. And I'd like to offer maybe a platform for us to come together. I really like the idea of an advisory thing, and I think that maybe if we can set something up where we can bring, like the gentleman that talked about diaspora bonds, other people that can bring other ideas, because we've been talking about this for a while, but we're having problems, you know, really putting projects in place. And so we'd like to set up something, IFC, at least some kind of advisory council to see how we can move things forward. So, and I hope I can reach out to the organizers of GUBA to help put that together. Thank you.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our remarkable panelists, Minister Lisa Cummins, Dr. Richard Nixon, and Ronke Ogunslayer, for a discussion that's been both visionary and practical. I think we'll...
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission, to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 53 participating African states and 12 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy, to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, financial sustainability. Of Exim Bank, transforming Africa's trade.
After successfully redefining a cross skyline with the delivery of the signature apartments, Cape May Properties presents an exclusive unveiling of the tallest residential building in Ghana, offering a first look of Sultan Sky. Sultan Sky, a magnificent representation of the seamless fusion of quality, groundbreaking innovation, and pioneering architectural brilliance. Extraordinary structure set to reshape the concept of upscale living, thanks to its inventive attributes and unparalleled commitment to precision. This master-planned residential development will focus on the building's location, security, privacy, the design's aesthetic brilliance, elevated features in each living space, cutting-edge smart home technology, and amenities beyond imagination, with fantastic residential features which include 24-hour concierge service, a state-of-the-art fitness center, a floating tennis court, a floating swimming pool, a spa, a sky pool, a sky lounge, a movie theater, co-working spaces, kids zone, distinctive lifts for staff and deliveries, private gardens, chef's kitchen, expansive terraces, entertainment rooms, restaurant, and 24-hour security. Sultan Sky.
RNAQ Holdings, the force driving Ghana's next wave of growth. Through Quick Angels, we invest in vision. Through Bill's Microcredit, we empower the hardworking. Through the RNAQ Foundation, we give back, creating impact that lasts. Together, we've turned local dreams into thriving national brands. RNAQ Holdings, building wealth with purpose.
Ladies and gentlemen, our second plenary session is based on finance and banking, building the capital base for growth. Now, don't worry, I promise we won't be running a credit check on anyone. This session is all about expanding access to capital, not collecting it. We're talking big ideas today, ladies and gentlemen. Regional financial integration, scaling fintech solutions, and creating cross-border finance vehicles that connect Africa and the Caribbean. Basically, we are building financial bridges without the toll booths. Think of it this way. Once upon a time, it took weeks or months for money to move around. Today, apps can move money faster than a Bajan waistline at crop over. So get ready. This is where innovation meets inclusion, where capital meets creativity, and where we figure out how to make the money move not just in the markets, but in the lives of our people. Please join me in welcoming our brilliant panel of finance trailblazers who are here to show us how to build the capital base for growth together. Let's welcome our moderator, CEO of Invest Barbados, Ms. Kay Greenidge.
Good morning, everyone. So welcome to Plenary 2 session, Finance and Banking, Building the Capital Base for Growth. Today, we focus on one of the most important drivers of sustainable development, creating deeper, more resilient financial systems that can power inclusive growth across Africa and the Caribbean. We will explore how to expand access to capital, strengthen financial integration, and leverage innovation to reach underserved sectors. Today, I have with me a group of esteemed folk who will have all the knowledge in this area. I want you to please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelists. First, Dr. Kevin Greenidge, Governor of the Central Bank of Barbados. The Honorable Rita Jo Lewis, former Chairman and President, U.S. Exim Bank. George Thomas, CEO, Sagicor Bank. Gregory Samuels, Senior Vice President and Head of Investment Banking, Sinus Capital. and Kevin Simmons, General Partner, Alpha Fund, Lofty Inc. Capital Management. So together we will identify actionable pathways to build an Africa-Caribbean financial corridor. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. And also, not to be outdone and not to be forgotten, I'm very apologies, we have Okachukwu Erika. He always gives me trouble, and I always have trouble calling his name. So the Chief Operating Officer, Afrexim Bank, Caribbean Office.
So, on this very important topic, let's start with the big picture. How do we expand capital access through regional financial integration? Dr. Greenidge, from a monetary policy perspective, what frameworks can best support stable cross-border capital flows?
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. From a broad perspective, when we talk about supporting capital flows within the region and cross borders, extra-regional, in my view, we need three principles, three pillars, so to speak. One, you need a credible nominal anchor. So what I mean by that is when investors and persons are looking at you, but that's how to move from and to. You need an anchor, whether it's an exchange rate anchor, an inflation anchor, a money supply anchor, and we're talking economics 101. It must be credible. And so, for example, in Barbados, everyone far and wide knows our anchors are nominal exchange rate, 2 to 1. It's been there before it was born, so not quite true, but something close to that. So whatever your anchor is, it must be known and credible. How do you get the credibility? It must be published, it must be in a consistent framework. So for example, in Barbados, we publish metrics to support that anchor. So you will hear things like our reserve adequacies. Right now, 32 weeks of import cover. That gives investors a notion of the credibility of your anchor. We will publish in terms of our NDA, and also we integrate the anchor and the support of the anchor into the fiscal framework so that everything is consistent. So whether you're Jamaica, Trinidad, this sort of thing, you need a nominal anchor. It must be clear what that anchor is. The second pillar will be how do you clear or how you handle risks related to your anchor and your monetary framework. So for what I mean, how do you handle mismatch in currencies, and how do you handle mismatch in debt? And for that, it must be clear again. So for Barbados, for example, we publish very often our debt sustainability analysis that shows all our liabilities and debt flows for any investor can look at it and make a credible decision. So that's very important. How do we and also contingency, what would happen in the event that we have a liquidity issue or we had a currency issue? What will be our response? So you monitor, you publish those sort of information. So a person not only know the anchor now, but also the risk and mitigation effects. And so those are what investors look for and how we move flows. The third one that will help, which it was mentioned, is a credible rails and interoperable payments platform. A platform that moves money fast, safe, and efficiently, instantly, domestically and across borders. Many of you have heard about BIMPay, and that's the Barbados Instant Payment System that we're now putting in place. That payment system is the architected backbone in financial system would enable investors, business persons, small business, etc., to move money instantly. So you have to have a credible payment with clear defined rules of connectivity, transparency, and efficiency. If you have that in domestic space, and then we have a regional payment system. So right now we're working with the central bank governors at the regional level. We're putting in place CAPS, CARICOM, payment and settlement service. We're working right now, Barbados and Bahamas tested it. We're bringing on at the ECCB and Trinidad at the next government's meeting in a few days coming. We will talk about that. But now you have a regional payment system that moves money flow across the region. And the beautiful way we designing packs that it is not, you don't use any US dollars, it's a lovely process, one at the end is settling. And so the domestic efficient payment system backed with a regional payment system. And once PACS is encapsulated in place, that actually gives connectivity beyond us, particularly to the African continent. Because PACS, which is the Pan-African Payment Settlement System, is kind of the underlying architecture. Not that is what we have, but it's the architecture helping us now to build PACS. So now you see that instant connectivity. Where you're in Ghana and somebody in Bahamas, you can trade in your Ghanaian currency and the Bahamian currency and not US currency. And so those three elements, I believe, are needed. A nominal anchor, clear risks and mitigation rules published, and a payment system together with what we say will be the foundation architect of a monetary framework for capital flows across borders.
Thank you, Governor. You've certainly given us a lot of food there for thought to begin our discussion. You spoke about the anchor. You spoke about the proper payment platform to facilitate those cross-border transactions. So let me ask the other Kevin, I want to say Kevin S., and also George, how does what the governor just spoke about, is this enough from a commercial bank's perspective in terms of giving you more confidence and making you more comfortable in financing regional projects? And for you, Mr. Simmons, and how do we ensure that small economies as well as small and micro enterprises aren't left behind in all of this transformation?
Thank you very much, Kay, and good morning, everyone. So 2 points that the governor made resonate with me, and I'm speaking from the context of a commercial bank, the newest commercial bank, only 2.5 years old, growing rapidly. The first thing, from a regulatory perspective, is the institution, is it licensed to operate in the target country? Sagicor Bank Barbados is registered to operate in Barbados. We have had opportunities in the region, and what you do is look for a partner. For example, a good partner is at the end there, a Frexim Bank, that kind of partner that has that reach. Or one of the other commercial banks. So for example, it was a major housing project, and from a licensing and from a capital adequacy perspective, that was not within my risk appetite. So I called up one of the others and said, here you go, right? So there's not a lack of appetite, but you have to look at the risk, as the governor pointed out, and then once it's within a jurisdiction you can function, you have to go drill down some more on the risk. If it's a startup business, then you look at that. If it's a going concern that has strong fundamentals, then it makes it easier to do business. And I specifically mentioned the two opposing ends of the spectrum because there is a thought that the commercial banks should do more for startups. But the thing is, the commercial banks hold deposits, fixed deposits, for people like us. Now, investment banks, venture capital companies, they operate on the idea of their participants, their clients, invest money expecting a significant return. Therefore, the risk appetite is different. When you take your hard-earned salary and put it on me, you expect that it's going to be there and that I'm not going to put it on projects that could potentially go sideways, right? So that's the thing. But if there's solid fundamentals, a going concern, and the risk, there's clear mechanisms to mitigate the risk, then there are no barriers to doing that. The other point that the governor made was the platform. And I know BIMPE is a very bold move and fully support because that provides the underpinnings, the ability for us to function as a country and then ultimately as a region. If it propagates across the region, across ACHs and central banks, to seamlessly move money around. Because where you take an investment position or you make a loan, you need to be able to move the capital, right? Easily, seamlessly, so it's available in a safe, secure, and ready manner. So from those are the two perspectives that I lean in on.
Thank you very much, Kay. First off, good morning, everyone. So to answer the specific question about the governor and to piggyback a bit on George, first, it does give me comfort to hear what the governor was laying out. And then I think first it's important to start from the point of view of what is it that we're trying to achieve. And then if what we're trying to achieve regionally is a really robust, mature financial ecosystem, then it's really encouraging already to see that we've broadened the conversation. You know, maybe 10 years ago, we would have been having this same conversation with government and with commercial banking sector only. But now we have the work that Afrexim is doing, and you have, digital banking or fintechs, and you have private capital allocators. Because at the end of the day, what we're all looking for is to have, wherever there's a need or an idea, that capital can be mobilized effectively, securely, and efficiently to meet that need. That's how we're going to grow. And then specifically, you talked about SMEs, and George touched on it. When you're talking about funding or financing SMEs or startups or innovation, then you need capital allocators that have the model or suited for that, as I said, so venture capital or private equity. And so we are starting to see that in our region, and that's important. Obviously, it's largely supported both in Africa and here by developmental finance institutions like Ronke's IFC. But that's just a start. And as we mobilize more private capital, we're better able to match the right risk profile, the right type of funding, and then we get an economy where, whether it's tech or creative or infrastructure, you have the products, the services, and the allocators that can play the role that they need to play. So it's very encouraging that the policy conversation is so advanced.
All right, thank you. So, we heard the governor. We heard George speaking about the commercial banks and development banks have two different roles. We heard him speak about startups. We heard Kevin speak about the small and micro enterprises and how we can now collaborate, given this esteemed set of people here from different spheres of the financial sector. So, okay, let's come to development finance. So, because DFIs can be powerful catalysts for regional investment and growth within the region. How does Afrexim Bank help create those cross-border finance vehicles between Africa and the Caribbean?
Yeah, thank you very much, Kay. And I couldn't agree much more with you because you're absolutely right. And that's why, somebody told me that whenever there's a conference and the bankers are speaking, everybody comes in to listen because these are the people that they think have the money. So for us, we just need to talk about it. Yeah. So we believe strongly that the financial industry has a significant role to play to catalyze the kind of development that we want to see between Africa and the Caribbean. And not just banks, but I mean strong institutions. Because when we begin to work as financial institutions in silos, then we still have those minute kind of institutions who can barely fund big projects. So there's absolute need for collaboration. And that's why for us in Afrexim Bank, the first thing we say is that in the markets we operate, we don't compete. We collaborate with the financial institutions that are local there. And what we're trying to do also is to provide that capacity so that we can jointly look at the big projects and also look at the small projects because all of them are critical. The first role they will play, of course, is the governor has talked about enabling payment. Payment is important, so cross-border payment is absolutely essential. And I won't talk about that again. He's talked about CAPS, he talked about PAPS. And of course, what I need to add is that both are initiatives from Afrexim Bank, and we thank him and his colleagues here for also helping give it the expedited attention it requires that today we're looking at having Caribbean payment happen within the region. And ultimately, the goal will be to link it up with PAPS so that we have a seamless, non-USD based or dependent payment platform that can make somebody in Ghana who wants to book a hotel accommodation for his vacation in Barbados to pay in Ghana cedis, and the hotel in Barbados gets to receive the money in Barbadian dollars. So that would be groundbreaking for us. So we think... So next with payment, and I see a lot of my colleagues on the panel are on the investment side. So they mobilize capital, which is important. But capital without ability to deploy it is a hollow effort. So the next thing we try also to do is to create an enabling platform for those capitals to be able to simmer down to where they are required. So through our de-risking platforms, we're able to now support them to make sure that the projects that they've identified that requires investment are significantly de-risked, making it easy for them also to deploy the capital that they raise. And I'm happy that this panel has about, I think, 3 institutions who play in the same field. So it's required. They need to work together. They need to collaborate. But in collaborating and working together also means they need to work to identify cross-border opportunities. So what I'm talking about is, for us at Aphrasium, we are currently working with the CARICOM Development Fund on a 200 million growth and resilient fund. And in Africa, we have the Funds for Export Development, which is our seed capital funding. So we need to now find a way to link Africa and the Caribbean. So imagine when we have, for instance, the Africa Caribbean Growth Fund, which is targeted at SMEs. And it creates opportunity for, let's say, the diaspora, who we know have done so well, to be able to put in funds into developing this platform. So that will significantly help. And what Aphrasium Bank will do now will be to deploy our suite of guarantee programs to be able to help de-risk these projects for those who are interested in doing it. The next platform I think also is important for us would be capacity building, right? So talking about big institutions, operating environment is also extremely important. Of course, we have the regulators on the panel, but regulatory environment means that we need to make sure that the financing entities are also operating in line with global best practice. So for us, we take that very seriously in terms of ensuring that capacity building is integral in what we do, and that's critical as far as we are concerned. So strictly related to that would be close to also making available certain platforms that will make it possible for funding to flow on. I'll give an instance with our MANSA compliance repository platform. So yes, you want to invest, but who are you investing in? Sometimes lack of information makes it opaque and makes those potential investors find it difficult to identify or invest in the opportunities that they think is important for them to invest in. But through our MANSA repository, we provide KYC information on companies within Africa and the Caribbean, making it easy for those who want to invest in them to get first-hand information on who is behind this company, what are their history, and what are their capabilities. And that for us also is a vehicle that can be leveraged on to make it possible for investment to flow. My final point would be to talk about the fintech side of things. So now technology is now critical, and you can't talk about financing without it. So that means it is a platform that makes it easy for information to flow. What we found out in Africa, for instance, is that people didn't even at least know what is available in the next country. So through our Africa Trade Gateway platform, we've also created enablement that facilitates free flow of information from one region to the other. And it also makes it possible for SMEs who otherwise wouldn't have had opportunity to have their goods and services on display, to be able to now put it out there, as little as they are, they use the platform to showcase what they're offering, and the people out there who on the other side of the divide will be able to see it and then can decide to make that investment. So finally, just to wrap up, is to say, yes, financing is important. Banks need to work together collaboratively to mobilize the big funding, but also it's important for us to look at the other collaborative efforts in the area of enabling environments to make these things possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Samuels, how does all of this affect you as a person and as an investor? What do you look at in terms of wanting to invest in that product or have any of your clients invest in a particular project? And what can help us de-risk the larger projects to enable that investment attraction to those projects?
Sure, good question. Afternoon, everyone. So the panel earlier, especially Minister Cummings, made some remarks about how can, everybody play a role, meaning the banks, the multilaterals, the high net worth investors, the regular investors. Now, from my perspective, Cygnus is the perfect example of that. What do I mean by that? We are an alternative investment firm, meaning alternative to the banks. For any good functioning economy, you need to have an ecosystem with different habitat of capital. My friend here to my right mentioned that he's not able to take on startup risk. But there needs to be an ecosystem where you have players in the market, companies in the market, funds in the market that can do that. Now, at Cygnus, I want to point out that we are the managers for the Caribbean Community Resilience Fund. And that fund was the brainchild of the CARICOM Development Fund, aided by the USAID. And that fund was particularly set up to focus on Caribbean resilience. And we chose 5 themes: ICT, transportation, clean energy, smart agriculture, and ICT. Where am I going with this? This fund was able to attract capital from the multilaterals, your IFC, your IDB, your CAF, your CDB, and these guys. We also create the structure whereby we have philanthropists and companies in the US and Europe where they want to take on what we call first loss capital or equity type risk, startup risk. And so when we structure that vehicle, we crowd in the multilaterals, we crowd in the regional pension funds. NISS is also an investor. You have Jamaica, Grenada, all these guys. And we also create what we call a super senior tranche where banks can participate, where high net worth investors can participate. So that way, this vehicle is on one hand crowded in all the different players, ensuring that everybody's happy, because of course banks cannot take certain risks, but because they have enough first loss and protection, they can now come in. And then now this vehicle can also be able to invest in particular industries, small, medium-sized enterprises, the unbanked projects that otherwise couldn't go to a bank. And so it's a perfect example. And whilst we're targeting 135 million, we have oversubscription of 200 million. This is just a drop in the bucket given the demands in the Caribbean. Already we saw what Melissa did to Jamaica, right? The damages alone is estimated billions of US. So this fund is set up to build the Caribbean resilience. It crowd in all the investment players and LPs, and we're able to reach the unbanked. So that's just one type of vehicle. There's another vehicle that we are setting up where specifically for the unbanked. So these are, for example, your small contractors who want to pave roads, or you have companies who want to provide
services to the government. In the Caribbean, governments pay, but we know that government takes long to pay. And so the idea is that we set up a vehicle where we can help these small contractors rather than wait 9, 10 months for their money. We'll buy these receivables or future flows, give them the money within 2 months upfront, and then we'll take the risk and wait. So I'll just stop here for now because I have some more to say, but if there is a chance. Yeah.
Thank you. But we know in order for investors to commit, trust and transparency are key elements. So Honorable Rita Jo, how do international lenders, say the US, XM, and so on, evaluate that risk, evaluate that confidence when looking at financing across regions? And what can we do to improve, to ensure that the projects that we have are investable, bankable, etc.?
Well, thank you so much. It is definitely an honor to be here. It's always an honor to be in front of Minister Cummings. I think she basically laid out for us some big opportunities, but more importantly, the opportunities inside of Barbados in a new unit that she created. We always, as international organizations, look to the countries to see what they're doing to make sure that we can partner alongside of them. But let me just level set for just a quick second. When the governor laid out the big picture for us, that is really what we first go to look at. We have to have a deep understanding of what's going on, not only in this country, but because of the work that we're all here talking about, we need to understand what is going on throughout the region, as well as how does that have an impact globally. And so for me, I'm always trying to listen to see where the trend line is going and how others are going to be viewing the things of the projects that you want to finance. Now let's look at an international institution. That I ran an international institution for about 3+ years that had a financing authority of $135 billion. In 3 years, we were able to deploy about $22 billion in a very aggressive way, especially in Africa and also here in the Caribbean. It was an honor to be here with the Prime Minister a year ago when an institution like XM, which is 90 years old, pledged to have a memorandum of understanding of over $500 million. What did that go to? That went to, or has the ability to go to, all types of projects. So we can't just talk about the big ones, and we've talked about that today, the infrastructure, energy transformation, we're talking about the big digital projects, we're talking about everything that in a particular community on a growth pattern. But the thing that I think you had asked me before we came on was about how does institutions like, say, a USXM really help the men and women in this room? The men and women in this room, as well as those who are listening, are those who represent large, medium, and small. So most people would think that an institution like USXM is only focused on the large business, and of course, we definitely do. However, just last year, of the $8.4 billion that we deployed or we financed, $1.7 billion of that was for small business. And that is where we think the rubber really meets the road. And so in so doing, how does XM help, how did I see XM help companies and organizations and businesses? It was all about the fact of the statutory authority that XM has as an export credit agency. Its purpose is to crowd in capital. We can't crowd it out. We have to understand what's really going on in our global landscape. We all know things have shifted, especially after COVID. And really now, whether it relates to any place that we're looking at doing business, it's all about resiliency now. And in that resiliency, we definitely turned our attention to Africa and the Caribbean, and to look to see how could we collaborate with all types of institutions, very namely like Afri-Exim Bank and other Exims. There are several hundred Exim banks around the world. Heard the bankers and the lenders up here and the VCs talk about how they look at projects, no different than how an institution, a government institution, looks at it. It's all about how, for them, it's about the return on their investments. For an institution like Exim, it's all about the American people and returning that capital to the Treasury. And so one of the things that international organizations that we participated in was all about the fact of saying to American businesses, if you want to talk about doing businesses in locations that you normally might not be, it's all about who can you co-finance with, who can you work with to de-risk a particular project, and instead of just worrying about ourselves, you also have to worry about the local community. You have to be concerned about the local community. Because at the end of the day, it's not just about jobs in the US, it's also jobs here in Barbados, it's jobs in the region, and it's jobs on the continent. So what I've seen in the last several months upon leaving this position is that it doesn't matter where I have been, whether it's in the Middle East, whether it's in Europe, whether it's in Africa, everyone is interested in what's going on here in the Caribbean. And they're interested because of opportunity. And with that opportunity, how do they then join the kinds of partnerships that are going to be needed in order to move projects forward? How do they form collaborations on major, especially on major big ticket projects to move project forward? And I think we heard earlier from the speakers in the panel about what countries and what this country is also doing in order to ensure that they become the best partner. And I think that's what I've seen about a lot of the Caribbean countries. They are all looking to be the best partner. And with that, with any financial institution, and with that, it requires a number of things to be able to move forward.
Thank you very much. So, Governor, you've heard all of these thoughts. You've heard all of these wants. You've heard all of these requests. You've heard all of these suggestions. So I have one simple question for you. What regulatory harmonization then is needed to build investor confidence across these two regions?
Thank you very much. We need to be able to harmonize on a number of rules, whether it be tax rules, etc. But particularly from my space, it would be financial and monetary rules. If I pull back a bit, there are many projects, for example, in a region, which are common across the region, common across countries. So the need for investment in renewable projects in Barbados, but also in other Caribbean countries. And you can imagine one investor wanting to consolidate and do it all at the same time, sharing and getting economies of scale. For that to work, we must have a few things in place in terms of harmonization. One, I call that disclosure and comparability. We should agree on a common issuer disclosure package, so to speak, so that we come on all countries, so that investors can quickly see where risk lies, not for the reason of avoidance, but for the reason of balancing, so you can balance your investment. Prudential coordination across each country. I'm talking about supervisory and prudential measures. So, for example, core capital and large exposures harmonize so that what is your exposure to set your capital base, what you can do in Barbados, should be harmonized with Jamaica or whatever, so that investor is easy now to move. Imagine capital like water. and the framework harmonization, the pipes across the region. So now you don't want a big pipe and a tiny pipe, and they're meeting because you're going to get, I like to keep it clear, you're going to get some sort, it's not going to flow properly. We started that already because many of us at the central bank's level, we have the regional supervisors of college, so they meet and they share and try to make that harmonization. We got risk managers college, we have reserve managers, so it's happening, but I think we just need to accelerate on that. And then the third one, consistent with my first point, is harmonization with respect to the payment systems so that there's less duplication of process. For example, for one, the standards, we have to adopt common customer conduct codes, common ways to handle disputes and refunds within each payment system that are same, but also very important will be common identification onboarding of persons. So if you do a KYC in one jurisdiction, you don't have to go and repeat that in another jurisdiction. And so those, but right now we're even trying to do it among our individual jurisdictions. You don't want one bank and then you have to repeat it for another bank. And this, so first we solve that, but then at the regional level, so an investor doesn't have to go through and repeat the same process, provide the same information. Once you have passed and your KYCs are loaded and confirmed and you're fine with AML and CFD guidelines, you are the same across all regions. And then, more importantly, having done all that, have a regional scorecard where you are literally providing the information in terms of compliance, speed of approval, accretion, co-investment opportunities, payments with identity. So those are the kind of areas I think if we continue to push on, we can make sure that the entire architecture, financial pipelines in each region are flowing consistent, no blockage, because you have different filters, different rules in terms of monetary rules. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Governor. Well, I'm sure you guys saw the operator come and tap me on my shoulder. And, while we would love to continue this very interesting discussion, I wish I had all of them here for the entire day so they can give us a lot more ideas and direction. Unfortunately, we have to close. So before we close, though, we will close by one quick takeaway from each of you. One practical action then as we advance the Afro-Caribbean Financial Corridor. We'll start with, okay?
Yeah, so like I said earlier, we need to collaborate. I think that's the practical step. Let's see ourselves and let's look at how we can replicate models that have worked elsewhere within our own system. And let's also be open to sharing those models with others who would not need to start reinventing the wheel because, take it or leave it, our problems are similar. Problems in Africa, problems in Caribbean, in terms of infrastructural gap and the rest. So whatever we've seen work somewhere else, we should be happy to share and then copy and so on. And with that kind of mindset, I believe we'll build up faster and better. Thank you.
So I think I'm going to advocate for one thing, and I'm quite comfortable being kind of the VC in the room to be an outlier and be innovative and disruptive. But it's what the governor just said, and I think Ronke mentioned it earlier. I'm happy. Our fund is a Pan-African fund. We look at the Caribbean. We've invested in 34 markets, et cetera. I'm happy to fund innovative growth projects, companies, businesses. However, the challenge is, you asked about investor confidence, is our confidence comes from our ability to project outcomes, and that's business outcomes. And harmonization is not just fundamental, it is critical. Without some attempt to harmonize and allow, I can't invest in a business that's going to stay in its home market, even if that home market is as large as Nigeria. Across the 54 African countries and the Caribbean, it's very difficult for us to fund those businesses. So what I want to ask the governor and everyone else involved is really to continue to progress the concept that in our tech sector we call it global Africa, right? That we are a part of Africa, and to kind of view us as one business and innovation entity. Because if you do that, then capital allocators like myself, and I can speak for probably the whole ecosystem in Africa on the VC side, we would be more than happy to fund those things. And I think we just saw the first really encouraging sign recently where Kigali, Rwanda, and Ghana agreed a passport and licensing arrangement that now allows a fintech in Ghana to operate in Rwanda and vice versa. So I'd love to see so much more of that, because then it can actually deploy capital.
Yeah, from my perspective, one takeaway from me is I would love to see, and I think Minister Cummings hinted at it, more vehicles set up to target the specific issues that we face in the Caribbean. Vehicles that can, focus on infrastructure build out, your roads and your rivers, etc. Airport, seaport. Focus on, clean energy, focus on just building the fabric to withstand, shocks. And we can do that by, the Afro-Exim, the US Exim. These companies not only can participate with their capital in some of these vehicles, but also to provide, wraps and, guarantees, whether wet or dry guarantees, because by doing that, you're able to crowd in the other financial institution in the region. Because whether we like it or not, there are a lot of capital that are sitting in banks. You have high net worth and fund managers who are placing monies outside of the Caribbean into the liquid markets, the S&P, etc. By setting up these vehicles, we are able now to unlock some of these capital in the Caribbean to put them in the real economy. And by structuring these vehicles properly, we have the requisite guarantees and risk mitigant. All the different players can now be comfortable because they are investing in instrument that is well structured, well mitigated, and so you're not only going to get a return on capital, but return off your capital, and then we'll see the velocity of growth that we need in the rest of the Caribbean, some Guyana-type growth in Jamaica, Barbados, etc. Yeah, thank you.
So, speaking from the commercial bank perspective, and as a commercial bank, as a startup, we understand what the small and medium-sized business go through. We've attracted venture capital from Africa. Future Africa's invested in us, and that was a process. We spoke to development banks, and we've spoken to VCs, private equity, so we know what our clients go through. And I'll tell you, there's several young people every week that call me or WhatsApp me asking for advice. What we can see here is an ecosystem. There's a regulator, there's the development banks, there's private equity, and there's venture capital. And as a young entrepreneur, and I once was a young tech entrepreneur trying to build, code this and code that and attract capital, it is confusing. I once told an investor, I know how to write code, I don't know what you're talking about. And that's what comes off to me when these young people and not so young people approach me. So the role of the commercial bank is to be a trusted advisor, because at the end of the day, when you raise your capital, it has to stay at a commercial bank. But when you come to the commercial bank, what we do at Sagicor Bank is we advise. This is how you structure yourself. This is how we will help you. This is how we will guide you. And we've helped several young growing businesses in that way, pointing them to where to go to find the capital, which we will then help them to be prudent about managing. I think that's the role, navigating the seemingly complex ecosystem.
I think finally, the thing that I think is pretty exciting about all of this is the fact that just hearing everyone say that in terms of doing business with this ecosystem is how early can you start? Not only how early can you start, can you really understand also the different differences? But with what's taking place here today and what has been taking place throughout the region, this integration is moving forward such that a lot of people are moving to these one-stop shops. And so from large institutions' perspective, it's not just about staying away from because you don't know how, but it's understanding that there's an openness and a willingness to do business with small business, because why? They are the supply chain. And within that supply chain, there is financing for them, whether it's loans, whether it's guarantees, or whether it's insurance. And those are the different types of products that people can look to if they want to do business with the sectors that are gaining momentum every single day. Everything, of course, we know from tourism and agribusiness and and digital and energy transformation and ports and logistics. People want to be a part of that, and they can be a part of that. The small businessman or woman can be a part of that. And they have, I think, institutions and organizations that are also represented here that can help them. And what I say is go forward.
Governor, last word.
Thank you. So let me make my 1-minute conclusion with 3 acts. First one, on March 31st, we were ushering a transformation of financial system through the instant payment system, being paid. The acts is that everyone here, who you know, businesses, small, medium-sized business, micro business, individuals, even commercial banks and banking, start to think about how you can maximize the utility of this new system. Many businesses have to start thinking about this with a new payment system, it benefits offer, how can you become more efficient and delivery in your customer service. Start to think now, don't think then. Second act, at the regional level, with respect to the payment system, CPACs, I want us, at the government level we are pushing, but the support will also be encouraging if as investors and persons within your specific jurisdiction, you are putting some of that information and upward pressure, so to speak, that allow us to get where we need to go. My third act is something which we really haven't had a chance to address here, and that is from development finance coming in and including multilateral, bilateral. One of the things that we need to recognize, should recognize, is the extreme vulnerability of the region, particularly with respect to the climate crisis. And I don't have to go too far back to just say Jamaica. We in Barbados have championed including debt pauses within all our debt instruments. Many of our, well, all of our current debt, and anyone who's doing anything about it is for me. It gives countries some breathing space when that disaster do happen, and it will happen. If Jamaica had them, some of those in their debt, they will have a lot, I don't remember the exact amount of money, but a fair amount of billions of dollars to be used instantly. So a development finance will come in the region, consider the vulnerability, and it is a no-brainer when you include these clauses and pauses within your debt instrument, within your loans, within your financing, to allow countries not to have to scramble during a calamity to pick up the pieces, but will have immediate financing and can move forward. While you as an investor, and you as a development person have the certainty of repair with a particular time. So those are my 3 acts that keep it very practical. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you all for those insights. What is clear, that is not just about financing. It is about partnerships. It's about shared purpose and building our own development agenda. Let's keep the momentum going. Let's turn today's ideas into real projects that deliver results. My esteemed panelists, I thank you.
Thank you to our moderator and our esteemed panelists for that session, giving us really lots of insight, rather, to finance and banking. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is the strategic caffeine consultation, or coffee break. And you have 15 minutes to negotiate peace between your mind and your body, one through coffee and the other through snacks. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you in 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know, we will be resuming in approximately 2 minutes' time. Once again, we will be resuming in approximately 2 minutes' time. Thank you.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 53 participating African states and 12 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy: to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, financial sustainability. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade.
After successfully redefining a cross skyline with the delivery of the signature apartments, Cape May Properties presents an exclusive unveiling of the tallest residential building in Ghana, offering a first look of Sultan Sky. Sultan Sky, a magnificent representation of the seamless fusion of quality, groundbreaking innovation, and pioneering architectural brilliance. An extraordinary structure set to reshape the concept of upscale living, thanks to its inventive attributes and unparalleled commitment to precision. This master-planned residential development will focus on the building's location, security, privacy, the design's aesthetic brilliance, elevated features in each living space, cutting-edge smart home technology, and amenities beyond imagination, with fantastic residential features which include 24-hour concierge service, a state-of-the-art fitness center, a floating tennis court, a floating swimming pool, a spa, a sky pool, a sky lounge, a movie theater, co-working spaces, kids zone, distinctive lifts for staff and deliveries, private gardens, chef's kitchen, expansive terraces, entertainment rooms, restaurant, and 24-hour security. Sultan Sky.
RNAQ Holdings, the force driving Ghana's next wave of growth. Through Quick Angels, we invest in vision. Through Bill's Microcredit, we empower the hardworking. Through the RNAQ Foundation, we give back, creating impact that lasts. Together, we've turned local dreams into thriving national brands. RNAQ Holdings, building wealth with purpose.
Welcome back, everyone. I trust that everyone is well fed and watered and feeling refueled. And now it's time to jump back into our proceedings for the GUBA Trade and Investment Forum 2025. And of course, the GUBA Awards are proudly presented in partnership with the Barbados High Commission in Ghana, the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., the BTMI, Invest Barbados, and the National Cultural Foundation. We also wish to extend our gratitude to our valued sponsors, Elas Realty, Inter-American Development Bank, Blue Magic Rum, Cape May Properties, KGL Group, Afrexim Bank, RNAQ Holdings, and Mill Harbor Group. Now we turn to the heart of our collective story: reparations, justice, and economic renewal, building a shared future. This isn't just an academic topic or a line on the agenda. It's a call to action, a recognition that the wealth of nations was built on the labor, land, and legacy of our ancestors, and that true renewal demands both acknowledgement and accountability. Today, we bring together voices that are shaping this global conversation. From policymakers and economists to cultural leaders and advocates, they are helping to chart a new path, one grounded in justice, partnership, and prosperity. So get ready for a session that will challenge perspectives, ignite purpose, and inspire progress. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, the Dean and Principal Investigator of the Constant and Carmichael Research Project, Faculty of Humanities and Education at the University of the West Indies Cave Hill campus, Dr. Henderson Carter.
Good day, everyone. Pleasant good day to everybody. It is indeed a pleasure to be here today to discuss these matters relating to reparations. And I have with me a number of important panelists today. We have Belle Ribeiro Addy, MP. Belle, could you come to the platform, please? She is chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Reparations in the UK. And also joining us is Ben Crump, Esquire, Black America's Attorney General. There is also a call for Dr. S.P. Campbell. If you are here, could you please join us? Is she here? Let's give her a round of applause. Former Vice President of Costa Rica, Dr. S.P. Campbell. I want to begin this discussion on reparatory justice and reparations by making a few points. And I refer to an event that happened almost 200 years ago here in Barbados, in a place called Apes Hill, St. James, 5 days before slavery ended. A group of enslaved Africans got together, 400 of them, and called a meeting with the governor. And their task was to ask for money from the Queen and land from the Queen. I repeat that. They're asking the governor of Barbados for money and land. In my view, this is the first iteration of reparations. Enslaved people who recognized that the British government had given the planters 20 million pounds sterling, decided, what is this in it for me? What should we get? And the governor rode down to Apes Hill in St. James and said, well, the British government has already given the planters £20 million to liberate you, and you must be satisfied to continue to work. That happened in 1838. So for the next 100 years, enslaved people in Barbados, in this region, work without any reparations. Today we meet to discuss how we move forward. And we do that against the background that the British government is pushing back. European governments are pushing back. Entrepreneurs like the Draxes, they have been pushing back. But we can't wait forever. We have to move forward. And I'm glad that we have this fine panel today to discuss ways in which we can move forward. And the first question I'm going to put out there to the panelists is, how do we move forward to repair the damage that has been done and empower our people, especially our young people who are now hearing about reparations? And we are going to start with Belle. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think the first thing we need to do is impress upon governments, including my own, that it has to start with an apology. I always say that if you do something wrong to somebody who you respect or someone who is your equal, you would apologize for that to them. Yes. But if you continue to look down on peoples of African descent and their countries, you feel that it's acceptable not to offer this apology. So everything else seems like warm words, and we haven't yet gone for that formal apology, and I believe that's because we don't want to move towards a place where we have actual liability for those horrific crimes that were committed right through the transatlantic slave trade. And I also think we need to move away from a financial model. Now, no one's saying that in terms of reparations, compensation is not a huge part of it. It may be a huge part of it, but the reality of the situation is it has to go right down to the root of the word, which is to repair. We have to repair the damage, we have to repair inequalities, and we have to repair these global inequalities, which actually strategically keep black countries down. So we're talking about all of the different financial models that happen, which means that black countries cannot actively get certain products, in financial products. They can't borrow certain amounts because of their place in the world. Even thinking about the UN, at the most recent UN, you heard a lot of African countries making a really key point. The African and Caribbean countries make up the majority of the world, but they do not have a permanent seat on the Security Council. And even if we were to pay countries a whole lot of money, what would they end up doing? They would end up paying debts that they apparently owe to some of these countries which formerly enslaved their peoples. Debts that really, in my view, should be cancelled. So yes, I understand why we've talked about a financial element, because it may become part of it, but until we repair the inequalities, any money that was given would just end up being washed back into the West, and that is not what we want. We want to repair the damage.
Thank you so much. Same question, and this question goes to Ben.
Thank you, Dr. Henderson. Good afternoon, beautiful black people. I'm so very honored to be here at the GUBA conference to talk about this important issue. And when we talk about advancing the discussion for reparations, I think first we have to move it beyond this moral concept to one of legal accountability. To me, Dr. Henderson, I think so often, and Belle and I discussed this previously this morning, that you have, when we request reparations, it's almost like they see it as we're asking for charity, where charity is a nuisance. You know, when you think about reparations for Jews after the Holocaust, they awarded it, they said they were obligated to do so. Then we think about, and I'm referred to as Black America's Attorney General, so I'm coming from an American perspective. When they talk about the Japanese who were in the Japanese internment camps during World War II. They gave them reparations, and they said it was an obligation to do so. And then even the Native Americans, when they gave them the casinos, they said that was an obligation to repair the harm. But who they have never given reparations to in the United States of America is the descendants of Africa. And so I believe we have to come with righteous indignation, just the way the other groups demanded. We have to make a demand. And I think we have to put forth legal principles, not asking for charity. And the things I think we do to show the legal framework of it is to talk about those concepts that are well established. Unjust enrichment, which is a principle that everybody seems to benefit from except black people. And then we have to talk about principles of unjust enrichment and fraudulent concealment. And then we talk about, as you discussed as one of the 4 principles, Dr. Henderson, this police accountability as a way to guarantee against repetition of past harms. And so in the discussion, I'm going to talk a little bit when we get started about the cases that CNN seems to cover a lot that I represented. George Floyd, representing the family of Malcolm X against the city of New York. Henrietta Lacks, the first black woman whose cells were able to survive outside of the human body, and pharmaceutical companies made billions of dollars while her black family never made a penny until we sued them in 2020 and truly got a landmark result. And then us suing Harvard University over this fraudulent concealment of this black family where they had these slave photographs that were worth $100 million that they continued to benefit from. And so I come to advocate, Dr. Henderson, using litigation as a tool for global reparations for black people.
Thank you so much. And we now go to Ms. Dr. Epsie Campbell-Barr. The same question I put to you: how do we move forward to repair and empower?
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. Also to have the voice of Latin America. Because if we're talking about reparation, we have to talk in the framework of more than 200 million of people in this part of the world. And that means a lot. That means a lot to think to repair, but also perspective in the Caribbean and in Latin America and in US, in North America, and of course in Africa. The second thing that I want to acknowledge is the participation of women in this hall, because we are the majority in this hall. And if we're thinking about reparation, the perspective of women have to be in the center.
Yes.
We have to write a new page of our own history, and that means that we have to be there. The third thing, it is we are in the second decade of people of African descent. Second decade start 2025. We just have 10 years, and in 10 years, we brought too few advance. And one of the pillars of the second decade is justice. But now we have to understand that that means reparatory justice. Not only justice, recognition, reparatory justice, and development. As a former vice president of Costa Rica, I think that the political will, it is not a simple conviction. It's also the capacity plus courage. And that means that we have to put together budgets, programs, policies, and redefining the states if we pretend to repair the reality of millions of people of African descent. Let me say a few things for ending. The first thing is that we need to put in the table the perspective of universal high quality public policies. Universal, but for everyone. That means education, housing, etc. But also for us, a specific target measure with budget, with programs, etc. And thinking in that, we have to follow the way for equity budgets, thinking in people of African descent, and also thinking to redesign the architecture of the society, territorial equity funds, affirmative action when we need to, also procurement for inclusion, credit, and capital access as you start with this conversation. And also, last, land and climate justice. We have to put those issues together and start to make a plan with accountability. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that first round. Thank you. Over 200 years ago, 1791 to be exact, a slave ship called the King George, coming from Bonny in West Africa, floundered upon the coast of Barbados, hit a reef, and went down. 281 Africans died in their chains. In their chains. Only 88 of them were able to get out alive. That happened in March 1791 off the coast of St. Philip, here in Barbados. We have not put up any monument yet to that disaster and those lives that were lost. And this leads me to the second question. What can civil society and governments do to advance policies for reparatory justice? Civil society and governments, in light of these horrific tragedies that have happened, and that's just only one in our space.
Well, I think one of the first things I think civil society can do is stop the hustle. And I want to explain it in this way. When I think of civil society organizations, I also think of your average NGO, aid organization, and different groups such as that. And I recognize the good work that they have done around the world, but I also recognize that they are a sector. They are a multi-billion-dollar sector,
yes,
one in which private companies now operate. And any sector, in order to continue their industry, requires something. It requires supply and demand. And what continues to be supplied to them is peoples of African descent living in poverty in different places around the world. And it maintains that model. And aid, and again, I'm not saying aid has never done anything good, but the way in which it's being put out, as Tony Crump referred to, it's that charitable, it's what we feel like giving, when we feel like giving it. And when it is given, it's not even used appropriately. I think of what's happening in Jamaica right now, and I think of the fact that hurricanes persist and they get worse and worse because of climate issues. Now, when we think about what should have been done, climate resilience in a reparatory way should have been put in place. But now we're going to see the hustle. We're going to see different organizations asking for money, and for every pound or dollar that's given, you'll find the majority of it is not even going to the people that are in need. And this hustle continues to happen on the backs of people of African descent. So the first thing they need to do is look at that and make the actions reparatory and sustainable.
Yes.
And every single aid organization, in my view, if their core aim in their strategic document is not to bring themselves to an end, then they're not helping at all. They're just part of the problem.
Mm-hmm.
And I think governments need to accept what they've done wrong, as I said, start with an apology, and start to look into what their individual country has done. You will be amazed. Last month in the UK, we celebrated Black History Month, and every year I learned something new. You learn something new that has been completely hidden for us, the types of histories that we should be taught, because it explains how we as a country, the United Kingdom, came to be that way. But all of these things are hidden from us. We need a full assessment of exactly what was done so we can be very clear about what needs to be repaired. So for me, it would be those two things: for the civil society organizations to stop the hustle, and for governments to actually individually assess what harm they've done.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to go to Bancroft, and I want you to talk about legal accountability and what has been happening in the United States in terms of that movement for reparations there, and of course the pushback by the current administration.
The current regime. I'll say this, Dr. Henderson, and trying to tie those two questions together. What can the civil government do in legal accountability? First, it starts with them having truth and reconciliation, the true contributions from Africa and the African diaspora, and, what they stole from us. They have to at least acknowledge that. A lot of times there's an attack on Black history now where they don't want to even acknowledge our history. And they don't acknowledge our history. They're trying to strip away our humanity. And I think so much of it, we talk about civil, but it does come back to economics and having a strong economic base. I know my good friend John Hope Franklin is somewhere in the audience, and he talks always about we got to have our economic base because we got to save ourselves. We can't think that they're going to save us. Ashada, of course, said it best. When we start, she said, nobody in the world, nobody in history has gained their freedom from appealing to the moral sense of those who are oppressing them. And we have to acknowledge that first and foremost when we start making our arguments for reparations. First, you got to acknowledge the humanity that we gave to the world and the contributions of Black people so we can move forward from there. And when I think about when I argue in courts, whether it was before the Massachusetts Supreme Court with against Harvard University, when they Papa Renti, this famous daguerreotype, some of the earliest known photographs in existence in the world today, worth $100 million, and they continue to deny this Black family their rights to their family photographs. So we had to sue them, and thank God the Massachusetts Supreme Court understood that this was a taken, and based on concepts of replevin as well as concepts of fraudulent concealment, because they conceal the crime. Harvard University, one of the most prestigious education institutions in the world, wanted to try to say that, no, it was the photographer's photograph and not the Black family's photograph. They were just the subjects. And we were pushing back against that, saying, well, why do you get to benefit Harvard from the crime? We said the same argument for Henrietta Lacks. Y'all, I hope you all know the story of Henrietta Lacks, where they were practicing medical racism in America, where they were butchering Black people at Johns Hopkins Hospital. And this Black woman, I don't know how many Black people they killed, Dr. Henderson, before they got to her, but she was the first human being in the course of human history whose cells were able to survive outside the human body. And not only did they survive outside the human body, but they thrived. They regenerated every 24 hours. Oprah Winfrey made a movie based on a book written by this white lady who said that their family would never be able to recover. Well, we sued them on that principle of unjust enrichment. Why did all these pharmaceutical companies get to make billions and billions and billions of dollars off the HeLa cells, which were essentially Henrietta Lacks, this black woman's genetic material, and her family, her poor black family in Baltimore, Maryland, never made 1 red cent? Well, we argued that case, and we serve a God that sits high and looks low, and the courts, for the first time in 60 years, granted a form of reparations for a black family in America, and this is a precedent for which we can go forward and argue more cases where black people were robbed not just of our humanity, but the things, our contributions and intellectual properties that we gave the world. And so that's why we try to use litigation as a tool to hold them accountable and start to repair the harm.
I want to follow on from that point to look at the black contribution in history, the black journey, and the importance of that in our classrooms, in our schools, in our universities, teaching black history as a means to repair.
Thank you so much. I want to underline that we are rewriting the real story, because we are part of this mindset to say the truth, not only for us as people of African descent, as part of the global Africa, but for all the humanity.
Yes.
And understanding that and thinking in reparation, we have to make the political will survive from political change, because we need institutions that outlast governments. If we want to do something stronger, we need to understand the role, for example, as you say, of the academia, the role of institution, global and regional institution. In that sense, I want to congratulate the Caribbean Reparation Commission and Initiative and the 10 points plan, because that means a vision regionally, not only by country, because we are part of a diaspora. And thinking in specific proposal, because we don't have a lot of time, it is important that in all the countries we have this national authority for reparatory justice, the first one.
Yes.
The second one, a fund, reparation and inclusive growth fund. The third one, as you say, we need a law framework. We need to understand that we, as you say, we are not talking about charity, even we are not talking about guilt, we are talking about justice. And that means a law infrastructure. The third thing is using data.
Yes.
Because we have a lot of information in these days, a lot of research.
Yes.
That we can use it for understanding the profound of the cost of enslaved African people, and also the reality of the black countries and black people globally. I think that we have to walk in this sense to have a regional and global commitment in reparation. And we have to include Latin America. In Latin America, we are there. I'm talking broadly about 200 millions of people. But thinking in Brazil, for example, We are talking more than 120 millions of people. In all of our region, we are talking about 50 to 80 millions of people. A country as Colombia, for example,
Yes.
more than 20 millions black millions. But you have to acknowledge that in this country, the poorest community are, of course, the black communities. And we have to promote not only the sense that reparation means government. We have to see in different levels the government perspective, the people perspective, and the community and people's perspective. And that's why I've been the president of the forum of the Global Forum of African Descent in UN. And we are working also in a declaration of people, of the rights of people of African descent. And this is remembering what Marcus Garvey and Black did in 2020 with the Declaration of the Rights of Black People around the world. If we try to understand the reparation, we have to put together Africa and us, part of this global sense of Africa. Thank you.
And thank you so much. As we wrap up with 2 minutes to go, I just want each of you to tell us one way in which you would build cross-Atlantic partnerships to further the cause of reparatory justice. Starting right here with Belle.
Is that the only thing we can say?
But no, you can go ahead. Anything else as you wrap up?
I think meetings like this, gatherings like this are extremely important. We've already seen huge amounts of cooperation between the African Union and CARICOM on this matter, and I think those links are key. But also activists and other actors across the piece should be doing the same. And I'm very pleased to see the UN Decade renewed. I think that was extremely important for peoples of African descent and continuing the dialogue. The most important thing is discussions, because a lot of the things that we've been told about ourselves are lies. And just 2 points as we're ending this particular session. I think we have to, and obviously this conference has been about trade and investment, which some people believe are purely capitalist ideals. And I would argue that from an African perspective, they are not. I think what we're doing here is, entrepreneurial wealth creation, and those aren't necessarily capitalism. Capitalism was literally built off the backs of enslaved people. That's what the capitalist system was formed for. So we should not lie to ourselves that we are capitalists, because in our traditions as people of African descent, we don't require people to be downtrodden in order for us to be wealthy. There is enough for everybody.
Yes.
And then finally, in terms of speaking about reparations, I'm always asked again and again, this is completely impossible as a subject. It doesn't make sense. You should look at other things. And it's very, with our racist governments at the moment, speaking of Trump primarily, to be honest, and right-wing governments, how do you expect to achieve this? And I always say, if you think about it, when we were peoples who were enslaved, we were told that we would never be freed. And there was a fight, and we were. When our countries were colonized, we were told that we would never be free. And we've done exactly the same thing. So it is a process. It is a struggle. They don't call it the struggle for anything. And I believe as an act of justice, it's absolutely something we can achieve only if everybody gets on board.
Everybody. Thank you so much. Final words, Ben?
Yeah, everything Bell said. And I start by what the Vice President said. It's what Marcus Garvey understood so well 150 years ago, almost 125 years. This whole belief that Africa must represent all of us, the descendants from Africa, and that we have to understand that we have to speak up for Africa, because if they don't respect Africa, they won't respect anybody or anything that descended from Africa. So we start right there, and we really hold true this idea that we document the history of the racism and oppression of how they stole from blacks in Barbados, how they stole from blacks in Costa Rica, how they stole from blacks in England, how they stole from blacks in America, and we document it, and then we agitate, we litigate, and then we incorporate with one another to demand reparations, because power concedes nothing without a demand. And we have to not look at it as charity. I cannot overstate that enough. They look at charity as a nuisance when you come saying, oh, we want you to consider doing something for us. No, no, no. You are repairing the harm. You are giving retribution for what you stole from us. And we have to understand that we're united in this. I'm always reminded of what the young people say. We have to remember it's not where the ship dropped us off at, it's where the ship picked us all up from that should unite us.
Amen. Yes. Final thoughts?
Thank you so much. I want to end this conversation thinking in what we can do together for reparatory justice. And I want to propose you to work as a partnership with a reparation development fund, a blended finance platform linking who have to funding multilateral institutions, states with historical responsibilities, and also private and diaspora capital. We have to think in a multi-millionaire, billionaire fund for us, because we need to also expand the possibility to live in dignity. That's the thing, dignity for all. And also, we could build a kind of corridor between Africa, us in Latin America and Caribbean, and North America as a road for dignity and growth for our people. And we need to start now.
Yes.
We have the knowledge. We understand the problem. And we have to work together as the only way to achieve for this and next generation the promise of equality and non-discrimination, the promise of dignity for all, and the possibility to finally live with all the human rights that we deserve. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much as well. And if I were to have my final words, as we meet here today, I want to sum up all we have said in about 5 words. Unite, document, speak up, agitate, and using your words, Ben, demand. And we have started the process. Let us continue to speak up. The moment we are silent, we lose momentum. We lose focus. And people think that we're making sport. So I say to all today, let us continue on this path. Thank you very much, colleagues. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists for that powerful and necessary conversation, and for reminding us that reparations are not just about redress for the past, but renewal, rebuilding, and reimagining our shared future. Let's please give them another round of applause. And just an announcement, if anyone has lost their phone, it is actually over by the technical area. And don't get too excited, I don't think it's the iPhone 17 with the diamond case. But over by technical if you've lost your phone. Also, another announcement, we have the B2B Deal Lounge. And what you don't want to do as a participant of this momentous investment forum is to leave without discussing your project with funding and facilitation experts. Visit the Sagicor Bank and Oakwood Green Africa Deal Lounge to broker your deals, have side conversations, and discuss financing across global Africa. Deal Lounge is in the room adjacent to this auditorium. As soon as you walk out, turn right, and the open double doors, it is jointly manned by both entities, so make sure that you visit them both. That's Sagicor Bank and Oakwood Green Africa. Also, tomorrow morning at the Wyndham Grand Sam Lawrence Castle is the exclusive Inter-American Development Bank Group Breakfast Roundtable, and that will be from 8:30 a.m. until 11 a.m. So please check your emails as the invites have gone out, and we do encourage you to respond and make your bookings accordingly. So that's tomorrow morning from 8:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. for the Inter-American Development Bank Group Breakfast Roundtable. For our next discussion, it's our fireside chat, ladies and gentlemen, on the power code turning culture into capital. Now, we all know that culture isn't just music, food, or fashion. It is actually currency. It's influence. It's the soft power that shapes economies, drives creativity, and redefines global narratives. Today, we'll explore how that cultural energy from Africa to the Caribbean and across the diaspora can be harnessed, monetized, and transformed into lasting capital and opportunity. Today is about where identity meets enterprise and heritage becomes high value. So lean in, take notes, and be ready to see how our shared culture isn't just beautiful, it is also bankable. I'd like to tell you about our two persons who will be joining us for our fireside chat. John Hope Bryant, the founder, chairman, and CEO of Operation Hope, the nation's largest on-the-ground financial literacy and economic empowerment nonprofit, which has directed over $4.2 billion in capital into marginalized communities. Bryant is globally recognized as the architect of inclusive capitalism, referred to as the conscience of capitalism by Fortune 500 CEOs. He has advised 3 U.S. presidents from both political parties and is responsible for financial literacy, becoming official U.S. federal policy. In 2016, Bryant became the only private American citizen to inspire the renaming of a building on the White House campus. The U.S. Treasury Annex was renamed the Freedmen's Bank Building. A best-selling author of 6 books, including Financial Literacy for All, 2024, Bryant is a CNBC contributor, host of the iHeartRadio podcast, Money and Wealth with John Hope Bryant, and has over 3 million social media followers with 300 million views across digital platforms. His impact has been recognized by Oprah Winfrey's Use Your Life Award and American Bankers Innovator of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Hope Bryant. The second person to join us for our fireside chat, Kwame Anuku, is the founding managing partner and chief investment officer of Black Star Fund, a $12 million venture capital fund investing in black founders across the United States and Africa. His portfolio includes over 15 companies with 50% women-led and 70% of capital invested in Black women entrepreneurs. Named 2022 Entrepreneur of the Year by the Sacramento Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce and an Aspen Ascend Fellow, Kwame's career took flight when Prince personally recruited him to develop his mobile app. A Stanford Honors graduate, he has spoken at Harvard Business School, the Aspen Ideas Festival, and TEDx Ghana, and appeared on CNN, MSNBC, and BBC Worldwide. His impact earned him 2 invitations to the Obama White House. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Kwame Anuku.
Good afternoon.
Well, hold on. I don't know where he traveled from. I think it was Sacramento. I traveled from Atlanta for you. And Ben Crump, who is a genius, by the way, he tried to do this, and y'all gave him sort of a lukewarm reaction. Let me try this a different way. The Bible suggests be hot or be cold. If you're lukewarm, I'll spat you out. Translation. Even God is not like mediocrity. You can't get half pregnant. You can't fall from the floor. If you're going to do something, do it with both feet or don't do it at all. Now, they just introduced, forget me, they just introduced a bad brother up here. And I want that, whatever this is he's got on, I want it. I may jack him in the back. But can you one more time give him at least some love?
Thank you.
No, you guys are going to need this enthusiasm for what comes next, both in the economy and in the world. You cannot afford to come out, be walking out here with half energy. If you're born black, you're born on probation in America, or in the world, or in Barbados, or in Ghana. You got to be twice as intelligent, twice as well-dressed, twice as smart, get up twice as early, stay up twice as late, work twice as hard for half the pay and not have an attitude about it. Hello?
You ready?
Yep.
All right, let's go. Wow. Anytime we start a conversation, we always want to start with what exactly it is that we're talking about, and I don't like to take anything for granted. Today's conversation is the power code, turning culture into capital. Chairman Bryant, when you think of power code, what does that mean to you? And why, in this day and age, in this moment, do we need to be having this conversation?
Black people, 1.6, give or take, billion in the world, represent the largest emerging market growth opportunity on the planet. Yes, outstripping China and India, because we have the lowest average birth rate with the most kids coming into the economy, and you can't grow an economy without young people entering the workforce and entrepreneurship, specifically Nigeria, by the way. The word black, the color black, is the only color that includes every other color. You didn't get that.
They're tracking.
And this is why some people have a problem historically with us when we finally get our narrative right. It is the only color that includes every other color. Literally the first person ever to walk on the face of the earth was from Africa. Literally. It's not like an opinion.
That's right.
So it bothers me when I believe we've lost our narrative. It irritates me when we're looking for love in all the wrong places. When we're rearranging the deck chairs in the Titanic.
Hello.
The ship is sinking, we're picking drapes. Stepping over a dollar to pick up a dime. Being emotional about something that's strictly business. Whenever you make an emotional decision, it's a bad one. And we're emotional because we're such a loving people. We come from Africa, energy, spirit. We're emotional about almost everything. And we've been played as a result of that. We're single-lingual when you need to be bilingual. What do I mean by that? Code. For 6,000 years, black people have mastered culture, creativity, and cool. If we say it's cool in North Korea. If we say it's a dud in Taipei. Everybody copies our culture. Yes?
That's right.
What we haven't mastered, in fact, made very little attempt at truly understanding, is commerce, capitalism, and new community tied to ownership. So we rock the mic, but we don't own it. We perform on the stage, we don't own the stage or the event venue. We don't own the company making the VIP bracelets. We don't own the company that's renting the TVs and the lecterns. We don't own the company that's renting the graphics and the drapes. We don't own the Okay. And if I'm wrong, shut me down. Where the rules are published and playing fields level, we kill it. I've been giving you direction. Slow down. The creative arts. A hard yes or a hard no. Don't be easy on me. It's a hard yes or a hard no. Creative arts. Okay. Professional sports. I mean, let's stay here for a second. Yeah, we did football and soccer and baseball and basketball. But then we took our ass to tennis.
Right.
We killed that. We went to golf. We killed that. I don't mean like one of the best. I mean the best. Hold on. We went to F1 racing. Lewis Hamilton.
That's right.
The Michael Jordan of F1.
Yep.
Who just did the F1 movie, by the way, which is great. We killed that. So I'm not like being like emotional about this. I'm being quite literal. Professional sports. Faith. Politics. In the U.S., we went from slavery to the President of the United States of America.
That's right.
You just have the Vice President of Costa Rica up here. You have heads of states. We'll be the Prime Minister. I mean, we've mastered these areas where the rules are published and the playing field is level.
Mm-hmm.
No one's ever taught us financial literacy, which is the civil rights issue of this generation, in my opinion, globally. No one's ever taught us capitalism and free enterprise. There's an old Southern saying in American Southern states: no matter how much I love you, my son or my daughter, if I don't have wisdom, then all I can give you is my own ignorance. So out of love, we pass down bad habits from generation to generation. Out of love. We mean well, but it's what you don't know that's killing you, but you think you know.
That's right.
So when I look at our trajectory, I see clear mistakes that are outside of racism, outside of discrimination, police brutality, bias. All those things are real. Thank God for Ben Crump. Thank God for Reverend Al Sharpton. Thank God for Jesse Jackson. Thank God for Maxine Waters. Thank Congresswoman. Thank God for all of them, the new heroes, the sheroes. We need that to push back and to guard, to create red rooms. Yes. But Ben Crump, Attorney Ben Crump, can't pay his law firm salaries on good intentions. He told me he's got offices in 20 cities. I've got offices in 42. My payroll is $2 million every 2 weeks. That trains your mind. He's got to be a good capitalist. He's got to be a good businessman. It's the business of law.
That's right.
It's the business of sports. It's the business of entertainment. It's the entertainment business. Am I losing you?
No. Everybody's tracking.
There's money behind literally everything. You can't run a church for free. They need tithe and offering. Yes or no? The biggest bank, one of the biggest banks in the world, is the Catholic Bank.
Right.
In the world. They're one of the largest landholders in the world. The first black corporation in America, AME Church, African Methodist Episcopal. First black newspaper, first black hospital, first black school. They knew how to pivot, right? So I'm going to over-answer the question.
That's all right.
But I'm not, okay. We okay?
Yes.
You know, you never want to be the old guy in the club. So before y'all kick me out, I'm going to leave.
That's right.
But this is an important question.
Absolutely.
So I'm not trying to Americanize this, but African Americans have pursued things in a way that does provide a lighthouse for the rest of the world of what's possible. So we make many mistakes. Many. We're making mistakes right now. But there is a lighthouse that says this is possible.
That's right.
Right. So, I mean, I've gone from the top, the bottom, one of the poorest zip codes in America, to the top 0.1% of income and wealth, not black income and wealth, period, legally,
Right.
in the biggest economy in the world.
That's right.
So it's possible. But let me come back to frame this. First Reconstruction, Civil War, slavery. By the way, slavery was capitalism. Just bad capitalism. No one went halfway around the world to grab us,
Right.
to drag us through the Caribbean and the Caribbean region and Latin America. By the way, there were slaves in Mexico, there were ever slaves in the U.S., and to bring us in the U.S. just because they didn't like us. That's crazy. They did it because the gold of that era was agricultural crops of cotton and tobacco, etc. The place where you grow those soil is arid, humid, and hot. That soil looks dead. Who knows how to bring dead soil back to life? African geniuses of the soil. Hello?
That's right.
But the narrative is you're dumb, you're lazy, you're shiftless. No. You went halfway around the world because you couldn't find anybody else on the planet with enough agricultural intelligence to bring a dead crop back to life multiple times.
That's right.
And we created wealth for Europe. I mean, Haiti was the wealthiest outpost for France in the world. When Haitis rebelled, they broke France, literally broke them. The only reason there's America is that Haiti, that France had to sell what was initially just New Orleans, but because of the rebelliousness in Haiti, and they whipped Napoleon's brother's rear end, then whipped Napoleon's rear end, they so crippled trade for France, they couldn't do war around the world. France had to sell land in America equivalent to 13 states. That was the beginning of America. This is not my opinion.
Right.
Use your smartphone to be smart. Like, look up everything I'm saying, and if there's anything I'm saying is incorrect. I'm not even making a racial comment. This is just fact. I like math that doesn't have an opinion. By the way, just to be clear, there were white slave traders, there were Arab slave traders, there were Asian slave traders, there were a few black slave traders. So let's get off of this purely racial comment. It's a distraction. It's a distraction for the purpose of us moving forward. First Reconstruction, slavery. Reconstruction, freedom. January, Field Action 15, Savannah, Georgia, 40 acres for any black who fought in the Union Army, including my second great-grandfather, George Young. 2 years later, so January, February, my God, they're so industrious, give them a mule. You didn't get that. 40 acres and a mule. It wasn't the next year, it was the next month. And by the way, this was really horrible land. It was like along the coast, the beachfront property, North Carolina, South Carolina, North Florida. But we didn't argue about it. We didn't complain about it. We've been doing so much with so little for so long, we can almost do anything with nothing. We worked that raggedy land. You put some seeds in the soil, into the sand. You wake up, your crops in Jamaica. Oh, you have a sense of humor, okay. But we worked it. I said, my God, they're so industrious. Hardworking, smart.
That's right.
Give them a mule. That's like saying give somebody a tractor. Right? It wasn't a handout. It was a hand. The next month, Field Action 15 triggered the Freedmen's Bureau, which created the Freedmen's Bank. Last day of Lincoln's first term, he signed the law, a bank chartered to teach freed slaves about money, financial literacy. Then he promised blacks the right to vote, and somebody said, you'll never live to your next speech. That was April. January land, February mule, March bank, April he was assassinated. The guy who took over from him was the Southern segregationist, his vice president, reversed all of 40 acres and a mule, little known story, stopped Reconstruction, pulled federal troops out of the South. That experiment was taken off, right? Bank ends in 1873. Now you fast forward to the second Reconstruction. Access, Dr. King, my mentor Andrew Young, Dr. Dorothy Height, Coretta Scott King, behind every successful man is an exhausted woman. Thank you, my wife Shatra, who's here, who puts up with me. So we thought we made it. Somebody is cashing we're cashing the check. We made it into to facilities, we made it into to corporate offices, we made it in the government offices, we made it in the bar, we made it. No. That was the perception. So now we got second Reconstruction. So now President Kennedy, President Johnson, our honorary president, Dr. King, he gets assassinated. This is a decade of assassinations. Within 2 years, once again, here comes President Nixon. So Johnson was a reaction to Lincoln. Nixon, a reaction to Kennedy, Johnson, and King. White women get affirmative action. I'm cool with it, by the way. Hold on, I'm going to bring back that in a minute. You now fast forward to the third Reconstruction that started, in my opinion, in 2020 in George Floyd's murder and COVID. A social justice reckoning on black America happens. $100 billion of capital from the private sector go to black. If you were black and walked down the street in 2021, somebody would give you a check. Yes? We got freedom high. We thought we curse out white people. I kept saying, shh.
Right.
Calm down, get to work. No, we get emotional. Within 2 years, what do you hear now? Woke, anti-woke, anti-DEI.
Right.
And now, President Obama triggers, I won't name them, 2 years into Reconstruction, pushback on schedule. Why are we surprised? Ignore it. But this one's about ownership. Freedom, first one. Access, second one. Government. This one's the private sector.
That's right.
This is ownership and opportunity at scale. Am I talking to myself?
No, man, we're tracking. Everybody's tracking with you.
Ignore the president. This is the largest reality TV show in the history of the world, and we're all extras. This was the Charlemagne God quote. You wake up every day, and there's a different narrative for you to obsess about. Oh my God, every day. Oh my God, that's intentional.
That's right.
So you're not paying attention to inflation,
Right.
jobs, tariffs, economy. In fact, that 400,000 black women been laid off since January of this year in America. I mean, you're so distracted. Why? Somebody else is getting paid. Now,
That's right.
women. If we hadn't learned that lesson about women, and white women got the benefit, then black women, that in 1972, a woman could not have a bank account in America. You couldn't get a bank loan unless your husband co-signed it. Not 1872, 1972. We made the right choice. We actually had a stupid debate about role of women. We won the debate. Today, women are $8 trillion of the U.S. economy. Women are a third of the U.S. economy and the biggest economy in the world. It's a $30 trillion economy. Women are $8 trillion. If we had not made that decision correctly, America would be a third-rate country today. We're at that looking glass point now where diversity is 40% of America. It was 8% in 1952. 1952, America was 90% white. Today, it's flipped. So we don't need to have these just red room conversations. Stop putting all the pressure on Ben. We need to have green room conversations, internships, apprenticeships, artificial intelligence, massively over-indexing on education on AI, financial literacy, small business, entrepreneurship. Like, we have got to become obsessed with our natural gift, which is hustle.
Right.
I promise you the next answer will be shorter.
No, man. Now we're going to church. All right, so the second half, turning culture into capital. And I was thinking about this, and we're going to riff off of what you were just talking about. When I think about Saudi Arabia,
Yes.
Saudi Arabia's wealth did not come from its culture. It came from its oil.
Yep.
If what you're saying is true, we are the oil.
100%. That was a drop the mic. See, I talked for 20 minutes and got nothing. He talked for 20 seconds and got a standing ovation.
I'm just translating.
That was brilliant.
I'm just translating. So be that as it may, to turn culture into capital, the culture has to, and we're talking about capital at this point, we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars, trillions of dollars cumulatively.
Trillions.
Okay.
$2 trillion is our spending force.
Okay, so that means...
Just America, just African Americans.
So the capital we're talking about globally in the trillions, that means the culture has to have an extraordinary inherent value.
Hello?
Okay. So,
What did Malcolm X say? We've been bamboozled. We've been tricked. We've been fooled. We've been hoodwinked. We run amok.
That's right.
It's what you don't know that you don't know that's killing you, but you think you know.
That's
Red
right.
pill, blue pill, the movie The Matrix. Red pill, blue pill.
That's right.
This conversation is everything. Let me make this really simple.
Please.
In America, we have credit scores. Now, I think the real gift for the world is not America. We'll do fine. Africans are going to clean our clock. If they just stay on their focus on education and hustle, and the difference between a hustler and a businessman or a businesswoman is paperwork. It's financial literacy.
That's right.
So Africans, and I think even the Caribbean nations, no one's paying any attention to you. That's a benefit. That's a gift. When I look at the GDP numbers, the gross domestic product numbers,
that's right.
It's minuscule and relatively speaking to America. You can put all of Caribbean, of course, and all of the African continent together inside of America, and it's like it would just like be a few states. But that's not a diss. That's called an emerging market.
That's right.
You get that?
Yes.
You are the market for the future. But everybody in America is obsessing about America.
That's right.
This person in office is trying to tax people to do business in America, and Americans are paying the tax through, anyway. I can't say too much because I got to go back to the country, and we got to get through the TSA, and
Right.
I can't be having no problems when I get back.
Right.
I got a conference in a month.
That's right.
Look, oftentimes the juice is not worth the squeeze. Watch what fights you get into. Most fights aren't worth it.
That's right.
I'm telling you, in America, as this example, we have these long debates about what's wrong, and I'll go in and I'll let everybody finish. If we raise credit scores, which I control myself, 100 points, in 10 years, it's worth $750 billion of net worth. I haven't even talked to the government. You take that high credit score, and you now go buy a home, which is the number one way you build wealth in America. The entire tax policy is around home ownership. That's $800 billion. That's $1.6 trillion of wealth creation for a population that's scheduled to be, by 2053, have a net worth of zero. Black America, the biggest economy of black people in the world, is scheduled by 2053, on current trajectory, to have a net worth of zero. And I just told you, if you just do these two things, you don't ask the government for anything. That's worth $1.6 trillion. Now, somebody says, well, John, that seems complicated. Half of black folks have a credit score below 620. I don't expect you to know what that means, but let me explain it. I said that improper English on purpose. I'm going to explain it. Anybody's been to America, you know there's two cities 15 minutes apart. There's South Central LA and there's West LA. There's, Southeast Atlanta and there's Buckhead. Are you with me? Yep. There's Anacostia and there's Washington, D.C. Are you with me?
Yes.
There's Garfield Park and there's Lincoln Park in Chicago. All right, so just to be clear. So the black neighborhood that's 15 minutes away, the credit score is average on average in the 500s. Average credit score for half of black people is 620, which means when you wake up in the morning, you're locked out of the free enterprise system. You can't get a decent car loan. You can't get a decent home loan at 600, 620. You need 700. You can't get a small business loan. It's risky credit. But let's just deal with the reality. In these communities that are 500 credit score community, you live to 61 years of age.
That's right.
15 minutes away, you live to 81 years of age. Okay, that didn't get you. Let me go deeper. In the 500 credit score neighborhood, 15 minutes away, okay, it's all us now, all us. So no racism I can see. Nobody with the Ku Klux Klan not running through the neighborhood. You guys are a tough audience. Let's see if you can relate to this. Check casher, next to a rent-to-own store. See, I'm in a whole other country. They're like, yep. Next to a title lending store, car title. next to a liquor store, next to a pawn shop, with a church that down the street. The church is your neighborhood therapist. So I tell black people, and see, that's designed so you don't go postal on Monday. Some of you don't know what postal means. It means go cray-cray. So I talk to black people, bougie black people. They drive me nuts, bougie black people. Why don't you go see a psychologist or a shrink? You got some psychological. Oh, I don't want to go see a psychologist or a shrink. Somebody might think I'm crazy. If you black in America or black anywhere, you don't think you're crazy, you crazy. So that system is high cost capital.
That's right.
The only way you can repay that is illegal activity. Did I miss something? So that's prison, probation, parole, and death. I don't like that business plan.
That's right.
So I just simply said, novel idea, pay your bills. What a concept. Work on your credit score. My mother's credit score when she passed was 854. She wasn't black, she was green. I asked my mother, you gonna get married again, baby? She divorced my dad over money. Baby, I might, but if I get married, he's gonna be a BMW. I said, Mom, that's really vain. Like, a car? She said, no, baby, a black man working. My mother realized that she couldn't just love him, like him, be attracted to him. That's her business partner for life.
That's right.
Is this resonating?
Yes.
Before marriage was romantic, before it was even religious, before God endowed it 3,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago, marriage was about business. We don't take care of our. This is what we have to decode. But what makes me so excited? AI is mutual opportunity discrimination. Artificial intelligence, 99% of black folks don't know a thing about AI. 99% of white folks don't know a thing about AI either. They're getting their jobs eliminated because it can process accounting and other things. We're getting eliminated because we're doing low-level jobs like customer service. All that's going to go away by 2030. 2030. Here's the thing, though. AI is going to destroy a bunch of jobs. It's going to be a 2-3 period, which will be uncomfortable. And it's going to create more jobs on the back end, I believe, than the jobs it destroyed.
Absolutely.
Somebody's got to work on the robotics. Somebody's got to grease the machines. Somebody's got to repair the computer. Am I talking to myself? But nobody's working on the working on. So people say, oh, my white friend, I'm feeling like we're having a crisis. Black people have a crisis every Tuesday. I'm giving you the best I got. It's going right over your heads.
No, I'm tracking with you.
I'm saying this is our time.
That's right.
Rainbows only follow storms.
That's right. That's right.
You cannot have a rainbow without a storm first. Oh, I finally get a clap. Thank you very much. Even the Bible says you can't grow except through legitimate suffering. Only through constructive friction do you grow. We're expert at constructive friction and all. I know we got to wrap it up. I'm just saying, we can have this is a 30-minute conversation. You could do this for 3 hours. You can do this for 3 days. You can do this for 3 months. I'm telling you, the answer to our problems for the first time in history is right in front of us, and we have control about it. I'm going to repeat this. I wrote a business plan for Africa. I wrote a business plan for African Americans. I wrote one for poor whites, so they didn't complain. I wrote one for women. I wrote one. You can find it online. I said $750 billion, raise your credit scores. By the way, in Caribbean and Africa, there are no credit scores. So the opportunity here is a lot of that is informal financing. It's not, all we need to do is formalize the credit system so that we can get the people who pay their bills on time, which are most people, credit for that. They can access prime credit because here's somebody nobody tells you. No big economy in the world, please, if you never heard anything, hear this. No major economy in the world and no billionaire, no multimillionaire in the world has ever done it without good debt. Hello? So all this stuff about, money is evil. No. The love of money is evil. Debt is evil. No, bad debt is evil. Don't finance jewelry. Don't finance clothes. Don't finance concert tickets. Buy a house on good credit and finance that. Start a business, finance that. Get a line of credit to advance yourself. In other words, if it's good debt that's tied to something that appreciates versus bad debt tied to something that depreciates. That's right. So $750 billion in credit increases, $800 billion, this is just the US, in home ownership, $1 trillion in AI at least, and $1 trillion in buying businesses from white, wealthy seniors trying to retire. They're already profitable. That's $3.5 trillion, and I haven't even talked to the government. So my last point, and I know we're done. So somebody's going to say, no, I heard what this guy said. I like socialism. Okay. Hear this. Even if you want to distribute money like a socialist, you first have to collect it like a capitalist. You know where the government gets their money from? You. Hello, taxpayers. You have a gold mine in Barbados. You have a gold mine in the broader Caribbean. You're right a stone's throw from the biggest economy in the world, United States of America. And you got friends there. Ben Crump. He can finance all of you. Africa, I mean, if we ever get on the same page, I don't mean agree with each other. I can't agree with my own family. I don't mean agree. I mean get on the same page, get coded on one thing, just one, just like my Jewish brothers did. What we might need is a black Jewish business plan. Financial literacy should become the policy of every Caribbean and African government in the world in the next 2 years. That's your new baseline, and I'm out.
Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman, John Hope Bryant. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that very powerful fireside chat. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is perhaps the most important one today, titled Fueling the Future. Yes, it's officially lunchtime. And this network lunch is brought to you by Invest Barbados. Lunch will be 30 minutes, and we do hope you enjoy. We'll see you back here at 2 p.m. sharp. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the GUBA Trade and Investment Forum Barbados 2025.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 53 participating African states and 12 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, financial sustainability. Afrexim Bank, transforming Africa's trade.
After successfully redefining Accra's skyline with the delivery of the signature apartments, Cape May Properties presents an exclusive unveiling of the tallest residential building in Ghana, offering a first look of Sultan Sky. Sultan Sky, a magnificent representation of the seamless fusion of quality, groundbreaking innovation, and pioneering architectural brilliance. An extraordinary structure set to reshape the concept of upscale living, thanks to its inventive attributes and unparalleled commitment to precision. This master-planned residential development will focus on the building's location, security, privacy, the design's aesthetic brilliance, elevated features in each living space, cutting-edge smart home technology, and amenities beyond imagination, with fantastic residential features which include 24-hour concierge service, a state-of-the-art fitness center, a floating tennis court, a floating swimming pool, a spa, a sky pool, a sky lounge, a movie theater, co-working spaces, kids zone, distinctive lifts for staff and deliveries, private gardens, chef's kitchen, expansive terraces, entertainment rooms, restaurant, and 24-hour security. Sultan Sky.
RNAQ Holdings, the force driving Ghana's next wave of growth. Through Quick Angels, we invest in vision. Through Bill's Microcredit, we empower the hardworking. Through the RNAQ Foundation, we give back, creating impact that lasts. Together, we've turned local dreams into thriving national brands. RNAQ Holdings, building wealth with purpose.